Good afternoon. We are back to our MW Talks. In the afternoon session, we are going to start with Professor Jose Colucci, which is Director of the Research and Development of the Design Institute for Health from the Dell Medical School at the University of Texas. This is a unique institution where design approaches to solving systematic healthcare challenges integrated to medical education at the Dell Medical School and applied in practice to population health. Before joining the DIH, Jose was a director and associated partner at IDEO for 16 years, Vice President of Research and Development of ITI in Canada, and prior to that, he was the General Manager of the Medical Engineering Division at Funbec, Brazil's largest manufacturer of medical electronics for cardiology. Jose has a BS in Mechanical Engineering, a MS in Industrial Design, and a PhD in Biomedical Engineering by the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He was guest lecturer at Harvard, MIT Sloan School of Management, and Olin School of Engineering. He is also a professor at the College of Fine Arts and Dell Medical School at the University of Texas in Austin. Welcome, Jose. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Anna, and good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. So I'm gonna start sharing my screen. And in one slide, I'm gonna try to describe my trajectory to give you some context. So as Anna said, I started in Brazil. I was general manager for a large manufacturer of medical instruments. So we designed ECG machines, bedside monitors, ultrasound units. I got a patent on one of the first mechanical ultrasounds scanners. Today they are all electronic, but at that time they were mechanical. And later I moved to Canada, and I started a company in Canada in interactive surfaces. This is 1994, so you imagine an iPad the size of a traditional drafting board, 3 feet by 4 feet, where you could write with a pen and do high-end illustrations, etc. And then later I moved to IDEO. IDEO, for those of you in design already know, it's a very well-known company in innovation. IDEO has brought a lot of trend-setting products to the world. So everyone in North America or in the world maybe has already used a product designed by IDEO, from an Oral-B toothbrush to an Apple mouse to many other iconic products. And then as of 2016, I moved to the University of Texas to join the Dell Medical School, one of the first medical schools started in North America in 50 years in a large university, because the prevailing wisdom was that you don't start a brand new medical school, you grow the existing ones. So we were pioneers in that sense. And we have some advantages and some challenges. We are the Design Institute for Health inside a medical school, which is already unique, inside a large public university. So we are a startup within a large public university, with all the advantages and challenges that offers. And one of our missions is to get out of those two large circles here into the world. So in a way, we behave like a design agency. We have many external clients, including governments like Singapore, Canada, Dubai. We have large healthcare institutions for clients. So we do a lot of 80% of our work is for outside, not only inside the university. And this is a bit of our philosophy. I'm going to be short here because we don't have much time. But basically, we want to move healthcare from where it is now, that is physician-led, with the doctor being the center of this process, to more of a team-based, self-enabled, empower patients to take care of their own health. We want to move from transactional, right? Today, in most hospitals in North America, you build for each interaction with the system, and we want to make it more person-centered. We want to take healthcare from the specialties and silos to more integrated care. And actually, we want it to be less about healthcare and more about the social determinants of health, which are very important. I'm going to refer to them in this short talk. So in order to understand the current situation, I'm going to talk a little bit about the past, because I believe Florence Nightingale, iconic nurse, was a healthcare designer. And the reason I say that is that when she served in Crimea during the 2 years of war, that was 1864 or 54, 1854, she started to notice that people are dying of causes unrelated to the war or only indirectly related to the war. So she, and the reason I call her a designer, because she built those beautiful charts here, tracking the causes of death in the war. So you see that she represented the deaths by wedges. So all the black wedges are deaths from battle wounds, battlefield wounds. So people get wounded in battle and die. And then she created. Sorry, I confused it. The red circles are battlefield wounds, and then the black ones are deaths from all other causes, and the gray ones are deaths from preventable causes. So she said, okay, more people are dying out of deaths by preventable causes than from wounds inflicted by war. Something is wrong here. So she started looking into it. And then she introduced a number of innovations in nursing. The very modern concept at the time of infections by microorganisms, more sterilization, more isolation of the cases, the triage process. So she invented basically modern nursing. So one of the things that's being said about Florence Nightingale is that she created a new profession. In my opinion, she created not only nursing, but the way to look at health from a design lens. Now, at the time of Florence Nightingale, the health problems were infectious diseases, cholera, typhoid, measles, and in terms of infections that can be acquired, and then trauma, work-related accidents, and casualties of war. And the treatment was very simple. Public health for the first ones. Let's promote campaigns and hygiene, etc. And for the second type, hospitals. So healthcare focused on prevention of epidemics and treatment of acute illnesses. So much that in England, they had to design the healthcare system basically from scratch because they were implementing those concepts of modern medicine. And then in 1920, Lord Dawson created the British system. So he had the whole system divided into primary health centers, where people treated very acute cases, secondary health centers, and tertiary centers. And an interesting philosophy is that they should not be anyone in England, in the city of London, should not be farther than 8 miles from the nearest healthcare center. Now, 8 miles because he considered at the time that it was a walkable distance 8 miles, about 13 kilometers. So you see how much it has changed in terms of our perception. Now, very few people would consider a 13-kilometer walk today a short walk. And there's a lot of details about how he created, but that's the system we are stuck with until today. Most healthcare systems in the world, be them in North America or in Portugal or anywhere in Europe, are based on the beverage system. Now, they treated those conditions in the past: syphilis, smallpox, infectious diseases. Today, the nature of disease has changed. We treat obesity, hypertension, diabetes, anorexia, depression, a lot of mental health, loneliness, and many of them leading to suicide. The old system doesn't apply anymore. No, it doesn't make sense, because those diseases cannot be solved at the hospital or clinic. And definitely there's no vaccination against depression or loneliness or many of societal diseases. So those are created by the lives we live and the families we belong to and the communities we live in. And I would add, more contemporary, the social media. And that is not a developed world problem. They have the same problems everywhere in the world: Latin America, in Asia, in Africa. And if you look at the breakdown here, in 2020, this was published before 2020, the forecast is 70% of diseases are chronic, meaning not infectious, right? Diabetes, high blood pressure, mental health problems. 80% of the global burden of disease is due to these causes. In the US alone, 30% of Medicare is the closest we have in the US to universal care, like you have in Portugal for everyone. We only have it here for people over 65 years of age. 30% of the budget is spent on the last 6 months of a person's life. So that is not money well spent. Why is that so? Because of the system we created. So prevention at the base, vaccinations, public campaign, primary care on the second layer, secondary care on the third layer, more specialized clinical expertise, and at the top, rare and complex disorders or very complex surgeries. And what I'm claiming here is that we need a better model. We need a lot more emphasis on prevention, and then maintaining a person's health above that, risk management later. So the sizes of those triangles gives you what I think will be a good distribution. There's more detail about this, but just you have to believe me on this, because we don't have time for all the details. Now, what has been happening historically is that a lot of technology is applied to the top. So if you go to a modern ICU or a modern operating room, you see all those machines that beep. You see ultrasound. You see very complex scanners. You see a lot of technology. As you go down that pyramid, you see less and less technology, to a point where prevention is basically about public campaigns. You see very little technology in prevention of disease. And this has to change, both to improve our health and to save the system a cost. The US system, as you must have read, is extremely expensive. We are almost twice as expensive as the second most expensive system. But also costs are increasing all over the world because we are trying to treat conditions for which the system has not been designed. So how can we bring technology to prevention and to health maintenance? Well, let's look what conditions an individual's health. If you look at your genes and biology, things you cannot change because you're born with, According to the CDC, Center for Disease Control in the US, 10% is related to that. You're born with, and there's nothing you can do about. Well, before I say that, no, definitely, let me say that there's nothing we can do about now, but in the future we'll be able to do something about genetics as well. And then you have clinical care, all the hospitals, all the systems, all the technology where we spend money, responsible for 10% of your outcomes. And then you have your environments, a place where you live, your office, your factory, responsible for 10%. And then you have health behaviors, things that are totally under control of the individual, responsible for 30% of the outcomes. And you have socioeconomic factors responsible for 40%. So if you look into the modifiable causes, you can add socioeconomic, health behaviors, and environment. You're going to see that most of your health outcomes are under the control either of the individual or the society. So we commonly say that genetics load the gun and lifestyle and environment pull the trigger. So you're born with some predisposition to certain conditions, but they only manifest themselves, most of them, in the right environments, or if you acquire the right, I say right, I should say the wrong lifestyle and habits. So I said that we need to bring technology to prevention. How do we do that? So I'll give you an analogy. Imagine that you take a transatlantic flight, let's say from Europe to the US, and you go into the pilot's cabin, and you see a lot of instruments there. And you ask the pilot, what do these instruments do? And the pilot tells you, oh, this one tells me about the altitude of the airplane, this one about the airspeed, this one is a radar, this one, the attitude of the airplane, blah, blah, blah. And then you say, oh, very interesting. How do you use them? And the pilot tells you, oh, I turn them on during takeoff, and then I turn them off. And then, mid-flight, I turn them on again, and then turn them off. And then I take a peek of them when I'm landing, right? You would be surprised. You would ask, why don't you keep them on at all times so you see what is going on with the airplane? So the absurdity of this comparison is to show exactly what we do in healthcare. We go to our doctors. Our doctors take a picture of our health in that minute we are in the office, and then we might see the doctor again if we have a chronic disease in 3 months. If we don't, maybe in 6 months or a year. And then they take another picture of our health via the tests they do. And they have to imagine what happened between those two tests. That is not a great system, because your phenotype, what is happening, who you are now, is a result of your genotype, your genes, your behavior in the environment. And those things are, the behavior in the environment are modifiable and might be changing. So we need a better way of understanding them. And then come the digital tools. We can apply technology to understand how your health is doing at all moments of your life. And there are two types of sensors or systems that you can apply to the human body. One is soft sensing. That means using your interactions with the environment to sense how you're doing as far as your health. For instance, if it is an elderly person, I can measure how long he or she has been sleeping, or how long they have, what time they wake up in the morning. So if I know that my aunt wakes up at 7 every day and makes coffee, and the coffee maker is connected to the internet, and for 3 days in a row she didn't wake up until like noon, I know something wrong is going on there. She might be depressed. She might have suffered some health accident. So it's a cause for intervention. That is soft sensing. Hard sensing is when you put sensors against your body to measure some vital parameters. And we'll see that there's a lot of modern sensors that are in between those two, soft and hard. One example of soft sensing, this company, Propeller Health, um, does work in asthma. So, and if you have asthma, or if you know someone who has asthma, you know that people have an inhaler. So when they have an asthma attack, they have to use what is called the rescue inhaler that opens up their airways. And the efficiency or efficacy of the treatment is measured by how many times you use your inhaler, the rescue inhaler. The less you use it, the more efficient or the better the treatment. So the Propeller Health, they had this idea of putting a sensor in the inhaler, because right now, when you go to your doctor asks you, how many times have you used your inhaler? And you have to remember, oh, maybe, I don't know, 10 times last month, or maybe 20 times. You have no idea because you have to remember. So by putting a sensor in the inhaler, you measure how many times people have used the inhaler, you measure the time of the day, right? So you have those two numbers. With those two numbers, you can via your phone store that in a site and share that data with your doctors. And by sharing that with your doctors, you have your doctor has a picture of your health at all times, and also you have some benefits. You see a map of the city with the places that are more likely to induce asthma because they have maybe pollen, too much pollen, or maybe they have an old movie theater that had fungus or something like that. So you understand that from your personal level. And you have benefits for all players here. You have benefits for patients because you get a lot of information about your health. You have benefit for healthcare providers because they had remote monitoring of you. They have reliable information. You have benefits for insurance or payers. You have you save your insurance or your government costs because you increase the quality of the treatments. And you have benefits for research because people then can track perfectly when people use their rescue inhaler and see the efficacy of drugs or a new treatment. So those are beautiful things that are happening just because of two data points aggregated over a large number of people. I spoke with the CEO of Propeller Health, and basically he told me nobody wants to engage with their disease. Nobody buys a washing machine because you want to engage with the washing machine during the cleaning cycle. So there's a lesson here for those of you who design health interventions and apps and sensors that most patients don't like to be reminded at all times they are sick, or they don't want to engage deeply with all their health parameters. So this is all related to big data. All of us have heard a lot about big data, that you have to collect data over a large number of people, and then you can make inferences about a number of health conditions based on that data. And Google does that very well. There's even a tale that Google was able to predict the flu pandemics better than the CDC, which is not true, by the way, but people say that. So big data is the thing. But we are moving away from big data, or actually complementing big data with what we call long data. And long data means not only aggregating massive amounts of numbers, but also aggregating or collecting data along time, along a person's life. And if I tell you, what is a normal blood pressure? You're going to tell me, oh, anything under 140 is normal blood pressure. Actually, I don't know, this is the average for the population. Anything above 140 is considered high, but maybe you are born with a slightly elevated blood pressure. So normal for you is maybe 145, but your doctor doesn't know that. But if you had a sensor with you at all times, you could establish your baseline. Or say blood glucose. What is a normal blood glucose? People would say, well, it has to be under 120. But nobody knows that for sure. This is the average for the population. You might be born with a slight different average. So if you had a sensor in your body, you could monitor that and monitor deviations from that baseline. So this is the beginning of a true personalized medicine. So I'm going to give you two examples of how that works. By the way, while I was at IDEO, I worked on the design of a number of different wearables, Fitbits, Nike Plus, like literally like dozens of different wearables. And I have to tell you, just between us here, they don't work. They don't work because people wear them, they get tired. Like after 2 or 3 weeks, okay, I took like 497 steps in the morning, or my blood pressure has been steady, or I slept 7 hours a day. And then you get tired and you abandon them, and you have to remember to wear them. So the most successful sensor is the Apple Watch, the most successful wearable, because the Apple Watch gives you other benefits. So you don't forget to wear it, and it measures your heart rate and gives you. There's many apps that monitor your ECG, and there has been cases where it has saved people's lives. But I'm talking about a more subtle sensor. I'm going to give you two examples and ends for your questions. So one company doing a great job on this is Podimetrics. Podimetrics has a smart mat that you step on your bathroom, and can be a weight scale as well. So what it does is for diabetics, it takes a picture, a thermal picture of your soles, the soles of your feet. And based on that image, you can diagnose a lot of things about a diabetic's state of health. And you can, using artificial intelligence, you monitor that every day. And any changes in the pattern might be a sign of inflammation. And they can reach out to you, or your doctor can reach out to you and promote some intervention or call you to the office. So it's a beautiful product. And they found out by using this with diabetics, they can diagnose other conditions. They are getting approved now for congestive heart failure, because the same pattern happens. So there's a lot of interesting stuff about this. And unlike any wearable, you don't need to remember, because it's in your bathroom. You step on it, and you can put in a convenient place where you get dressed, and you pick your place, and you get tested every day. Another one that is very interesting is this concept of the smart toilet seat by a company called Sava. Sava has instrumentation on the toilet seat, and you can replace it on any toilet seat. And it measures your body composition, you measure your hydration, measure your gut health, and can do a urine analysis. Imagine being tested every day. You can establish a baseline of your vital parameters, your gut health, your urine, etc. And then any deviation from that standard is a warning sign. And by the way, what is the importance of those early warning signs? There are things that show up in your blood, on your urine, years before you're clinically diagnosed with diabetes or some other condition. So if we could measure that, you would have, you could issue warnings. You could actually tell people to start treating that condition before it manifests itself clinically. So this is the beginning of truly personal medicine and health. And I'm pretty excited about all this new sensor technology. That was it for my brief description of what I think is going to be a revolution in health and healthcare due to technology. And I'm open for questions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose. And you can stop your screen sharing so we can see your
I will
face.
do that.
So the audience can see you. Great, thank you. So I have already here some questions, and I'm going to start with the first one, which is a big one. So, first part of the question: how are design students and researchers working with medical students at the Dell Medical School? Second part of the question: what is the research working methodology and what have been the outcomes of that multidisciplinary co-work?
Okay, well, thank you whoever asked that
It's a
question. It's
big
a
one.
great question. And give me the opportunity to brag a little bit about our program. We graduated our first class in Masters of Arts in Designing Health this year. So we have a master's program that gets students from Dell Medical School. In their third year of school, they have an exploratory year. So those are doctors in training who are being trained also in design. And we have traditional design students who want to specialize in health and healthcare. And we put them together. And they have the non-designers among them have training in design. They learn sketching, prototyping, storytelling. And the ones who are not from a medical background learn about healthcare law. They learn a little bit about how the healthcare system works. And together, they tackle real world problems in health and healthcare. So we have a number of partners in the community. We had the YMCA, we had large hospitals here, we had a lot of institutions that cater to the social needs, like provide food for the poor, provide healthcare for the poor people in the region. So we have a number of industry and community partners, and they offer us a challenge, and those students they tackle those challenges in multidisciplinary teams of 5 people. Normally, each team has a medical student or 2. The results have been very encouraging. And I think, honestly, is a great model when I know a few programs in Canada are doing the same. In England, there's a similar program. I don't know if Portugal has this type of program that trains medical doctors in design. But I can judge from the opinion of our previous students. We had a group of medical students who took this training while it was still a pilot, not an official program. And they wrote an article for the Dell Med blog saying that was the most valuable part of their medical education. Think about it. Those are doctors. They learn a lot about surgery, all medical specialties, and they consider design the most valuable part of their education. Why? Because it gives them the tool to change the world, gives them the tools to intervene on very intractable healthcare problems. That was kind of a long answer. I don't know how many more we have, so I'll try to be a little short in the next one.
Okay, no problem. We have time. One thing, Portugal has already one degree like that. Our school has the master in design for health and well-being. So it's open to all backgrounds, and doctors can also attend this master. So
Great.
we are already on the track also. So I have another question for you, and this is regarding sensing devices. Perhaps the use of Apple Watch is the most preferable one because it is integrated with the Apple experience. Do you agree that omni-channel and orchestrated experiences are the future?
I agree. I think one thing that designers sometimes fail to see is that they are in love with their devices. I designed this beautiful thing that attaches to your body and senses, but it doesn't integrate to people's lives, right? So one thing that we always try to do when we worked at IDEO was to understand people's lives. So human-centered design. We interviewed a large number of users. In the case of wearables, we would always give people prototypes, have them wear them for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then go back and try to understand how that could fit in their life models. I'll tell you from my personal experience, which matches the experience of many other people we talk to about this. I've had wearables. I've worn them for maybe longer than most people would do, like for 2 or 3 months, and then I drop them. Why would I wear that thing if it's not giving me any useful information? Always the same information. So I don't wanna know how many steps I took on that day. But if I had something that is close to invisible or maybe transparent, it would integrate to my life, then I would be very interested in it. For instance, elderly people start to lose their balance when they walk, right? And this happens, it's a serious problem for women especially, because women are more prone to osteoporosis as they age. So if you have osteoporosis and you suffer a fall, and you might need a hip implant to fix your hips. And you know that the survival rates after a hip implant are dramatically decreased, right? Because it affects people's mobility.
Yes,
But
yes.
you start losing your balance way before you have your first fall. So if you had a sensor that you could put on, I don't know, someone's clothing that would measure slight imbalances, and there's a doctor in Boston who's actually working on that, then you could say, oh, that person is at risk for a fall. So let's take care of hair environments. Let's take care of stairs. Let's maybe put some protection in some places of the house. So there are interventions you can promote to prevent a fall. So this is the example of a sensor that would truly be useful to people. And there are many others coming up in our near future.
Okay, but about the elderly people, do you think that they will accept that kind of device? Because usually they tend to react against everything that it's related with aging.
Yeah.
Even a walking cane, sometimes they refuse because they are not old to wear
Yeah,
a walking cane.
there's an important observation, especially now when the boomers and the boomers are people born between 1954 and 1964, who are now 1946 and 1964. So those are people who born in post-war. There are a large group of people in population. They are turning 65, 66 this year, and boomers don't want to age. I say we because I'm part of the tribe. We don't want anything that is associated with old. So we are getting deaf, and we don't want a hearing aids because now it shows you're old. But so the art of designing sensors is to design sensors that are fit seamlessly into people's lives. They are not a badge of age. For instance, none of us. No, Anna is using eyeglasses. I'm wearing glasses now. I don't feel bad about them because they're kind of fashionable. I can choose the style, etc. Why can't we do the same for hearing aids? Like, this is a design flaw. We never fix that problem.
I was
And
thinking
also,
about jewels like earrings or something.
exactly.
Necklaces.
Yeah, exactly. And also, design something that is not doesn't show to the world. It fits transparently into your life, right? So the Apple Watch is beautiful in that sense. It is a watch. It reads your email. It does a lot of things, but also monitors your heart. If I had only a heart monitor, maybe I would feel a little conscious about wearing it. So again, I think it's a design problem that designers need to tackle and solve.
Okay, because the insurance companies, some of them already have these programs of security for elderly people.
Mhm.
And I've seen one device which was something like a necklace you put on your neck, and if you fall, it detects that you fall, and it has a SOS button
Yeah.
to press and ask for help. But maybe other devices could fit into the same kind of accessorizing category or something, as you said, that like something very transparent or whatever that you don't really see, but it's there to help. I think the communication has to be developed to target those people and explain the advantage so they can adhere to the program, right?
Well, I think it's the art here is to understand people, understand what they want, understand
Mm-hmm.
what fits in their lives. For instance, those Philips makes those pendants or bracelets that measure a fall. Actually, they work on an interesting principle. They work on atmospheric pressure. Any sudden variation of pressure, and when you're standing up and you're lying down on the floor, there's a tiny variation of atmospheric pressure, and they sense and they trigger an alarm. That thing is a little bit of a badge of age as well. So you don't want to be seen with one of those, right?
Okay.
People have a strong resistance to anything that labels them as old, because our society is not organized that way. There's some interesting stories around products that failed because they communicated old age. For instance, there were cars designed in the US that were designed for the old age, meaning they had a lot of handles to allow you more easily to get out of the car, into the car, etc. And they failed because people, no, young people are not going to buy a car designed for old people, but old people are not buying a car designed for old people either.
Okay.
So today, because of the aging of the population, car makers are still putting those things in their cars. They have a dashboard that is normally you see in a lot of modern cars. They have a blue background with red numbers. That is a lot easier for people with presbyopia, difficulty of accommodating focus, aging eyes. A lot of handles that allow you to get in and out, doors that open more widely.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't say it is for the aging. They say it's good for everyone, right? Yeah, and that's the way to go, unless we are figure out how to change the mentality of pretty much everyone, you, me, and everyone else.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have another question for you, and it's this. We have been hearing about brain health instead of mental health when designing for health and well being. Can you
Mhm.
explain this trend? Is it to be more inclusive?
Uh, Read that again for me. Let me
Okay,
see if I really grasp the question.
okay. We have been hearing about brain health instead of mental health when
Mhm.
designing
Yeah.
for health and well being. Can you explain this trend?
Yeah, I will. I will. We started our brain institute at medical school, and we called it brain health
Hmm.
because mental health comes associated with a stigma.
Okay.
Right? People don't treat mental health the same way they treat. Nobody's is ashamed to say I have a heart problem or I have a stomach problem, but people don't say I have a mental health problem. I am depressed. Depression is like you hide depression from the rest of society because of the stigma associated with it. So we are calling it brain health because the brain is an organ and is actually responsible for your actions and your emotions. So that organ may suffer the same malfunctioning or as any other organ, as your stomach, your lung, etc.
Mhm.
So That's the main reason. And that said, we've worked in a lot of systems around mental health here. We redesigned an old hospital called ASH, Austin State Hospital, here in the city of Austin, that was founded in the 1800s. And until recently, it looked like it came intact from the 1800s. It was a deposit for people, basically. So the legislature of Texas got an approved renovation of $600 million of the hospital. And probably they were thinking about brick and mortars, right? Let's build a new building more modern. And we told them, no, it is not about the building. It's about systems, right? It's about thinking about mental health as a societal problem. Who's involved in the treatment of mental health conditions? Who is affected by it? So we had our first workshop, we had police officers, we had judges, we had school nurses, we had all those professionals who at some point or another of their lives, they touch mental health. How can we design a system that works for people with mental health? Because the modern concept of mental health, or brain health, as we like to call it, is that it should be treated as a chronic disease. When you have diabetes, until we invent a very efficient genetic therapy, there's no cure. You have to manage your diabetes. And if you manage it well, you can live a very normal life. You can do all the things you do normally. The same with brain health. If you manage the condition, you can live normally. So let's think of mental health the same way as we think of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or diabetes. Treat it as a chronic condition. This is a beautiful project we did. There's lots of details about it, but some other time, maybe.
Okay, so last question. How will smart homes need design for health and well-being designers? What are the challenges to be addressed in smart cities and ambient assistive living environments? What is your opinion?
Okay. So smart homes are the homes of the future. Our homes are slowly becoming smarter by virtue of 5G and Internet of Things. A lot of people in the world have a device, Alexa or the Google device or Siri or some variation of it. So this is the beginning of a smart home. In the future, we will fully realize the idea of a machine to live, which was a Le Corbusier concept for architecture, right? So we have truly machines for living, electronic machines at that. So our houses are going to be instrumented. We're going to have sensors everywhere. I like that idea a lot. And actually, one of my first lines of research at the Design Institute was a smart exam room for patients. And there's no reason why the same concepts cannot be transplanted to home. And the smart exam room is this. When you go to your doctor today, and the doctor now is typing on a computer or writing on an iPad, and it looks like they barely look at you because they're so busy typing and writing, and there are a lot of paperwork they need to do. So why can't we have voice recognition?
Yes.
And an AI sitting somewhere in the room? So the doctor will have a normal dialogue with you while the system is listening to that conversation and picking up the patterns and putting it in the patient's chart. So it's automatic transcribing there. And this is not only voice recognition. This is AI because you have to parse natural speech into the right fields in the form. And then you can have AI being a second opinion in the room. And the doctor might be examining you, and she would turn to AI and say, "Hey, Watson, do you think we should order more blood tests?" And the computer would say, "Yeah, based on her pattern, I think we should do A, B, or C, or D." Give the doctor advice, so assisting the doctor. There will be one part of the intelligent exam room. Another part would be sensors in the room. So when you enter the room, You can measure a person's temperature via remote sensors. You can maybe step on a mat and measure weight, a thermal map. You can measure blood pressure via indirect signs. So there's a lot of things you can sense about that person without touching the person. So that would lead to a more human way of doing medicine. Number one, because the doctor is looking at you, paying attention to you, not to her computer. And then also the technology is telling you that the doctor doesn't know everything. The doctor needs additional information in order to understand your health better. So those same technologies can come to home. They can monitor your health, sense your being at all times.
Okay. On that same way of thinking, that sensor and that AI can also help to reduce the diagnosis errors, the human error of the diagnostic from the
Absolutely,
doctors.
absolutely. At today's level, AI is better than the average doctor in some conditions.
Okay.
Not better than the best doctors. You still need humans. And you're likely to need humans for a long time. I won't risk make predictions for 30 years because nobody can. Like there's no 30 years ago, we would never imagine that we had like those smartphones. But anyway, it is, as I said, AI is not better than the best doctors, but AI does things that doctors don't. So
Can help.
yeah, and help. One thing that we when we designed the medical curriculum at Dell Medical School, and as I said in the beginning of my talk, we started from scratch. So we had a blank canvas to think about what doctors need to be in the future. And one of the things we told ourselves is that a lot of skills that are prized in doctors today, the ability to recall a lot of information from their heads, the ability to diagnose people with precision, etc. Those are going to be secondary in the future because AI is going to do that better than most humans. Doctors need a different type of thinking. Doctors need the sensibility to understand that person from human to human. And also they need to think in terms of population health. What are the trends in the population? How can I collect that data that would help me treat the population, not an individual person, because that would promote the overall health of everyone. So this topic has been at the center of our focus when we designed our medical curriculum.
Great. Well, I don't have any more questions,
All
so
right.
I will thank you very much for your
It's been a pleasure. Thank you
time.
very much.
Okay, and wish you all the best for your work, and see you in the future, whenever.
Thank you.
Bye. So now we will make a short break, and we'll come back at 3 o'clock for our next speaker. See you all in a minute. we're back to our MW talks. Now we have Nicola Henriques, mentor and project management at Silos Contentor Criativo, Caldas da Rainha, Portugal. Nicola is founder and mentor of Silos Contentor Criativo, which is a platform where his work have been promoting both national and international art and design initiatives within the environment of the city of Caldas da Rainha. Silos has a positive, close, easygoing collaboration with ESAD.CR, our school, which together bring to the city of Caldas a stimulating atmosphere for artists and designers to explore their creativity on a local-based territory. This partnership articulates the academia skills of ESAD.CR with Silos incubator space for students to evolve their intellectual work on the domain of public and private space, fostering bridges with other entities in order to enhance human potential in the territory of Caldas da Rainha. In his professional career, Nicola has a background on physical education, space design and marketing. He is certified as an agent for promoting entrepreneurship by the Portuguese National Agency for Competitivity and Innovation, IAPMEI, and he is the president of Associação Destino Caldas, NGO. He's going to make us a speech about unknotting local community. Hello, Nicola, welcome, and be very at ease to start whenever you feel like.
Hi there, Hannah.
Hi.
Everybody listening okay around there? Say hello to who might be seeing the MW event. Congratulations to ESAD.CR and the Master of Health and Wellbeing for organizing this wonderful talks and wonderful event. It's very important also because I know it's the first year. It's in the art school, so it's for sure a big value, added value for the Superior School of Arts and Design. Well, as presented, my name is Nicola Henriques. I am the president of an NGO in Caldas da Rainha, and we have this project since that has already 10 years. And I have a small presentation for you all in order to frame you what's been our work in engaging creatives in the local community and how this will bring some more quality to the local community. The first approach was when I was student of space design, ambient design in Portuguese at the ESAD, and a teacher gave us a briefing. This was my second degree. I was a physical education teacher, but I was very sensitive to spaces and human relation with spaces. So this teacher gave us a briefing. So we had to make a proposition for an industrial structure in the center of the city of Caldas da Rainha. This was the trigger for the project that we're about to see. I'm going to share my screen in order you to have a better notion of our location and what the region brings to everybody who wants to visit, and mostly the students and investigators who find in Caldas da Rainha in the west region of Portugal a very close region and territory to be happy. So I'm sharing you. Okay, let's see the location. We might think it as the meta approach of the project. And we see, of course, the Europe map, and we're going to fly a little bit. And with Caldas da Rainha, it's a beautiful city who's located in the center region of Portugal. Okay, and as you can see here, the city of Caldas da Rainha. I think you can see my cursor. It's halfway between two very interesting touristic spots as an attractive for our committee. I would say Peniche in here, and a little bit up north, I'm sorry, Nazaré, well known for the surf community, for the biggest wave in the world and one of the surfing world tour. Right aside, we are sided with Óbidos, with the castle, and this is quite important for us to analyze the nature of the project and how we want to engage more and more creatives and investigators to our region, because it's a region who really knows how to welcome and has a regional landscape surrounded by the Óbidos Lagoon, and in a more closer. All right, let's go here. Yeah, see the city where it comes. Here we see, of course, the Superior School of Arts and Design, from where this webinar and this event is being produced. But if we can see the scale of the city, it's not a very big scale, because it's quite close to the center. The school is quite close to the historical center and has a beautiful park. We are one of the most beautiful parks, urban parks in Europe. And then our project that is based in an old mill called Mill Ceres. Sorry, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to control Google Earth. Okay, so we're very close here, very close from this beautiful area, the park, and very close. I usually quantify the distance from our project to the art school in time music. So with AR earphones, you can do just walking 2 musics away from the art school and 1 music away from the beautiful park of Caldas da Rainha. So this was kind of the way I had to frame you in the atmosphere. And now we're going to my presentation of Silas Creative Container. Silas Creative Container, born from a briefing from a teacher. And let's see how we can, okay. Placed in the city, lives from mostly from ceramics and waters. It's a thermal city, but has highly developed structure in ceramic production. It has a highlight of a slow life living style with a beautiful commercial market. It's open 355 days a year. And from the briefing that the teachers gave us, we thought that we could be really a third point in articulation between the school and the city. Of course, to this project that we called at the beginning a pop-up creative hub, in order to emphasize the skills of the school students to promote a slow life, a quality lifestyle, and creative lifestyle in the city, we had to define a profile of the user of this space, this old mill called Ceres. The user should be people with sensibility, artistic sensibility, quite proactive, independent, active, nomad. This project was designed 11 years ago, and at that time already we were talking in nomadism and digital nomadism, technological and very creative. This was the first draw that we made of the mill. In fact, an illustration made by one of the students, and we projected the space to be very flexible in everything, beginning in the physical structure till the action and relation with the city and all the users engage. In talking in user, we have to consider the students and the stakeholders of the city. At that time, we had no notion of the scale that this project might accomplish. This is a photography of the building, and it's very connected to the city center. We could see here this street in front is just a line that divides the historical center from the rest of the city. So as a mill, it had to transport, of course, the cereals from within to without the city, and it's quite close, side by side with the railway. Of course, you all know these realities in your cities. This was the reality of the building at that time. And this is, of course, the beauty of our art gallery nowadays. So it's kind of the conditions that the building had at the moment. I have to refer that the building was still and still is property of the same owners, of course. But at that time, it just had to stopped the activity 8 years from then. We entered the building with 20 students. Of course, we studied with the story of the building, the story of the mill, in order to better articulate with the whole workers and to capture the essence and the nature of that big structure that once produced produced for the body, and now was supposed to begin to produce for the mind and for the soul with the entry of the creatives. So we entered on the 1st August 2010 with 20 students who were quite active and proactive. And from then, energy began to flow. On a very handy way, the spaces were built, because there was only large rooms, and year by year we were building small and medium studios. We had studios from 13 square meters to 100 square meters, according to the necessity of the students, quite modular. And we began to produce, to show us to the community, to the local community, what creatives had in their minds, in their souls, what they could give to potentiate the relation of the school with the city. Some of the actions that we developed had to do with the other actors in the city and the stakeholders, namely the youth center and the municipality, and we developed some relations in presenting the students and the foreign students to the local community, for example, the youth center and the city hall. This is some examples of the actions that we developed. In this case, inside the building, exhibitions, shows, video mappings, and giving the freedom enough for the students to produce and to create with not absolute no question to their own creative empowerment. This was, and this is, the place for them to mistake. Other actions we've been developing, not only projects proposed by students, but also for other entities. And this is where we begin to relate with the community. When we began to be recognized as a creative center that could receive projects from elsewhere. On the top on the right, I don't know if the international community is very familiar with, but you must, because it was a gig of a very specific instrument called cavaquinho. It's very similar to the ukulele, and this was a project proposed by the own musician who understood that the community that we were engaging were a very potential community to learn and to perpetuate the cavaquinho culture. On the right bottom, this was a workshop, because we also take our students and our partners to visit other cities and regions in the country, mostly exploring the local cultures, and give feedbacks and empowering mostly the local artisans, and through their knowledge mostly in ceramics and product design, ceramics and glass, to reinvent, rethink the objects of those communities. Some of the activities that we also promote with the city, we visit schools, we bring professionals of several areas, artistic, creative areas, and we connect them with the schools. We have a very extensive and profitous network, and so our goal is in fact to serve as an X, one more X to bring knowledge to local entities. We promote also some works in street art, because of course we know that public art is widely recognized as community change tool. One of our most important projects that we developed, and we will return to develop this year, 2 years almost after the pandemic, is our local market, where we explore the places, the historical places in the city, and where we bring the products that young creatives can produce here from Silo's creative container and already from other points in the city. Because one of the things, the most important things that we've been aware, and that's what validates our project, is the fact that not only in our project silos the young creatives begin to engage with the city, but there are other creative unities that have been creating through the local urban tissue. We explore the square, we explore the city museum, and we bring creatives from all over the country to be present. We also promote international recognized events. I think we all know TEDx. And in the area of urban planning, we developed 4 years ago a very deep project where the University of Coimbra, the Master of Architecture, was during for 1 year studying our territory and presenting proposals to our municipality. The outcome was two very interesting and large exhibitions and a conference with the most important stakeholders in our city, municipality, and the university, and of course the executive boards of the municipality. We also produce with this one event that we produce with no how do I say, we don't have a perfect schedule for this event called Ficas, because it always depends on the number of young students that are available to communicate their work. What we do in this project is to invite 4 students of the art school and 2 opinion leaders in the city. And in the same informal space, we use informal spaces in the city, either the football pitch, either the underground parking lots, or old cultural spaces. And we challenge these 4 students and these 2 opinion makers of the city to present first themselves, and after what's their creation and what connects them to the city. This is a very informal atmosphere that occurs between 70 and 120 people in the audience. We produce it mostly from 4 to 4 months, and it's one of the strategies that we got to engage the student community with the stakeholders. What comes usually from out of these sessions is that almost always one of these opinion makers invites one of the students, after knowing his portfolio, to develop some particular work. That's the pinpoint in our actions. This is one more photography of one of the examples of one of these sessions. And from the difference of the spaces that you saw in the first pictures of what was the mill at that time and what she's at the moment. It's a very hand-on stuff project, and then HANAH, it's a very hands-on, I'm sorry for the English, project, but the students also contribute to reinvent the space and to adapt to their particular necessities. Here, one of the examples of some of the okay, I wouldn't say the most important, but the very important moments where we were able to bring Charles Landry and the board of the municipality to Silos and to rethink what's our engagement with the city and which was the importance of our actions in the image of a city that it's now a creative city of the UNESCO. One of another action that we developed with the students was the creation of the Caldas Design Week, commissioned by a group of students of product design who developed the event, the first edition. And this is our community and our space and what we can find inside our walls. I give you this example, like it's João Margarido and Constance of Tincourt, a very beautiful young couple who came to Silos 4 years ago, who entered, and at this moment they're married and they're about to have their children. So the relation with the space also brings us this particular moments of happiness, and of course the reflect that we're able to through finding spaces available for them to work and connect them with the city and the local actors, provides them the will to stay and continue and add value to our projects. Some pictures of the day-to-day spaces built by themselves. And the possibility to create and communicate, whenever we might take them. Okay. This was my presentation, and I would like to add some more reflections to what we've just seen. One of the most important notions that brought us to this journey was the fact of we interpret the knowledge that we had from our region and their actors, and the will and availability to understand the students as a very specific audience and with a large potential, and the understanding of that territories / cities / small villages cannot afford to lose their creatives. And taking this as an act of action, we began to think in which would be the most important action that we might took on the territory to engage them with. And this was the departure. And 10 years after, the project has grown. We have 24 studios, 48 creatives. We're growing in the city. We're looking for 2 more spaces to grow. And as the school has about 1,500 students, you might correct me if I'm wrong, please, Anna or Inês. To have 45, 48 students in the place, it's still being a long way. It still shows that there's a long way to be done. And I'm quite sure that the school is developing strategy with other players and the city is looking forward to receive them. Do you have any questions to do with according to the presentation? And I'm not listening, HANAH.
I muted myself. Okay. So thank you very much. Of course, there are a lot of questions, but one of the things that struck me right away with your communication is that all this project, it's the result of a briefing, of a student briefing in a school, which is, I think, the right way to start. And it's a good way to have schools and either be polytechnics or universities helping to develop the communities where they are placed on. So you picked up a briefing from a teacher and you made your project, and besides the fact that you imagined a project, you made it to become true. And the way since then till now, it's 10 years, almost 11, of really intensive and very interesting process. So I have here one question, and the question is, if you see, and I guess so, because the question is not mine, it comes from our listeners, and they ask you if you do you see Silos as a platform incubator for creativity, helping to translate the school knowledge into industry initiatives?
Yes, quite. There's, I believe that systems are by definition open. Okay, and the articulation between stakeholders is fundamental to bring brightness to processes. So as in a more let's say technical universities that have these called entities spin-offs that sometimes have also a place inside the universities. I would consider, of course, silos as a non-formal spin-off. And this is quite important to enlighten the fact of when I told that students and practitioners have here the chance to make mistakes. It's because this is from the mistake you build value. And this is a very structure that might be flexible enough so that in a non-formal education methodology, okay, that we know that is fundamental for the knowledge transmission, those who are engaged with this project for sure will see facilitated their entry in the work market. It's not that we consider ourselves as an incubator, art incubator. We do place ourselves as an informal cultural center, but we have connection with a partner, Partnia.pt, that it's a business incubator dedicated to special projects. In the area of special projects, they consider and they work with creative projects of added value for the communities.
Okay, Nicola. And another thing that I think it's striking is that the concept of to grab the talent and keep it in the city. So give them chance to develop and then trying to have them staying in the city and not coming here doing the degree and going away. And the notion of the chance to fail, the chance to error, to make mistakes and learn from the mistakes, I think it's a very interesting concept for the students there, because they are more free. They are not so much framed by the academic curricula, and they can do a little bit of what they want and try things that sometimes in the school they are not possible because there is just not enough time or not enough space to do those kind of things. So it's
Yes.
it's a very rich complement to the work in the school, I guess.
Yes, and I think that we're not going to change the whole dynamic. We just want to be a small part of it, and feel that our mission is being accomplished for at least 10 years. And of course, as I told, seeing the project as in a larger strategic point, that being a territory that is known by this creativity, we cannot afford neither to lose those who already are in here, who live, neither the youngsters who bring new blood for the creative community and add value for other social areas, not only the creatives. And this is the most important goal that we think, because we cannot fixate other people from other areas if we don't have a cultural offer to engage them. Okay,
Yeah.
here in the city, and also it's we're in a turning point, interrupted, but I think it's a matter of time by the pandemics. In a turning point where Portugal and the region center Oeste and Caldas da Rainha are really in a turning point for tourism, and I see the creatives as a very interesting, a very important point in the tourism dynamics, as actors and as promoters. So, this is quite valuable. And to emphasize the importance of the creative community in a city, it also obliges in a wider range of analysis to rethink also the governance models. Okay, see how does the community is led by and by whom, and which are the perspectives of the future, and which the weight they give to the creative class. It's a turning point, and I think that we are helping in reshaping. It's a small help, but it's an everyday job. So emphasize the importance of our creative community, either those who already live in our region and those who are coming to study in this so important and beautiful school of art and design.
Okay, Nicola, unfortunately we don't have much time, so I thank you very much for your collaboration, and hope everything good for Silus and a lot of success for the project.
See you. Bye,
See you.
everybody.
Bye. Hi, next guest is Dr. Catherine Dimitriades, physicist in CERN, multi-scientist and inventor in Catatrix in the Matrix. She holds several awards as an inventor and multi-scientist, combining physics with molecular medicine, ancient cultural anthropological studies, and other domains. Her advanced skills are applied in Autismo the Robot and CXAI technology. Catherine holds 5 gold medals in 2019 Genius Award, was awarded by Special Inventors Award in 2020 and 2021, awarded by International Invention Innovation Competition in Canada, ICANN, and Toronto International Society of Innovation and Advanced Skills, CISIAS, and by Toronto International Society of Innovation. She will present the communication CXAI Actual Intelligence, where history meets future. Hi, Catherine, welcome. Thank you for coming, and the line is yours. Go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and to be speaking about the new science and new technology that I'll be bringing out into the world. If anybody told me 10, 20 years ago I'd be doing this, I just think they're crazy. But, you know, journeys that inventors and scientists take are just so unknown at the time. So I'm very happy to be able, that my life has come to the point where I'd be able to inspire younger inventors and science students and many others to use actual intelligence amongst their much important work. So what I want to talk about is, you asked me to define light. And I guess my entire science and technology has to do with light. What I discovered in brief is that quanta, which are bundles of light that emanate from DNA, contain the information on a subconscious level of our influential matrix, emotional matrix, and basically the subconscious mind. So as long as you have DNA and the quanta that emanates from it, you can do this with any living being that has DNA, which includes humans, animals, and nature, plants, trees, and so forth. So Egyptians knew that, ancient Egypt knew that life sciences, in order to understand them, you'd had to study them all, and they weren't separated. So I did my best over the years to study as many sciences as I could in order to unravel that mystery of both human performance and just the mystery of our existence and how we move through it, how we move through energy and time and attract certain things, and you know, just the human existence, success, self-sabotage, and so forth. I mean, human behavior and how we live is quite an interesting subject. So I don't believe you can make a cake using the same ingredients, you know. So I do believe that in order for us to start creating innovation for the future, we must have multiple disciplines. So if we wish to walk amongst disciplines, we must know how to communicate across sciences. So by combining, for instance, molecules, scent molecules, it's not something we can see, but it's obvious we can smell. So those are invisible molecules, let's say. Qualia. Now, qualia are the complex sensations that a human being, a living being, experiences from a belief system as opposed to experiencing it as it is. and you can feel an emotion, but you can't see it or hear it, or, you know, so there is visible and invisible light, just like your eye can see visible white light, it cannot see invisible infrared light. And sometimes we must bring the visible to the invisible and the invisible to the visible. So the reason I'm using infrared in order to measure and to identify and decipher on an infinitesimal level of subconscious behavioral sequences is because it can uncover the minute electron transfers of emotion, energy and motion, and its exact sequences. So I'm hoping that, I'm looking forward to all the collaborations and how medicine can use this, how veterinary medicine can use this, how agriculture can use this, how humans can be helped that are nonverbal, that are for instance, babies, newborn babies. You're able, if you're able to understand the genetic memory and the subconscious behavioral patterns at birth, you not only will have a future birth certificate, but you'll know what your baby has carried over with it. So that's a fascinating thing. And that's something that perhaps we could understand where, what kind of behaviors were already come from each parent or grandparent, or, you know, the genetic memory, and how we can help children of tomorrow to have more high performance mentally and emotionally. So its possibilities are endless. So. I don't believe I can hear you.
Sorry, I was muted. Have you already started testing to apply those studies on reality right now?
Yes, they're humans and animals, dogs, cats, horses, children, adults, and in various situations. So what it can do is it can read conglomerate masses that are unreadable by humans. So
Okay.
you would understand the entire belief systems, genetic memory, and so forth.
And have you started to apply that those techniques to help humans and animals, or you just are testing right now?
Well, the reason for the pre-launch is to make all the potential collaborators aware, because I've been already approached by different disciplines, and on the launch it will be open to official collaborations. But I've had my own clinic in the past, and I do work with laboratories for advanced diagnostics, this is just another advanced diagnostic at the end of the day, or evaluation, if you don't want to call it a diagnostic, because it's not there to diagnose a specific disorder. It's there to see patterns. So I've seen this work. It comes from stored memory access retrieval technique that I had created prior. I called it SMART because it's stored memory access retrieval technique. And what that does is it retrieves the memory that you've forgotten through trauma and so forth, and helps you come to an epiphany with a question answer session after you have your precise DNA information. So CXCI as a technology came from SMART. And I used SMART for many, many, many years on my patients because I dealt with patients on a molecular level, understanding how cells behave and where the nature of disorders came from. And so I wanted to know, how do you think yourself sick? Right.
Okay.
So what emotions were involved in the whole physical disorder as well, and the loss of energy. So it progressed from there. It came from biology first. It came from, and then it progressed to a technology when I got into physics and understanding light and quanta and biophysics, which is the energy of the body. Combining these together helped to come to a better understanding of that.
Okay, and those patterns, they are clearly readable?
Yes, they are.
So,
So you would actually understand, for instance, let's take someone who has a panic attack
okay.
or a depression. You don't automatically feel that. You actually go through a very, very rapid thinking process in order to have an emotional result.
Okay.
So you would understand that this person thinks this way first, this way second, this way third, and so forth in this specific sequence, and
Okay.
comes to the so-called result.
Okay, so you
Anna?
sorry. So we settle down a pattern of thoughts and of ideas, and those sequences give you the diagnosis, a pattern that tends to. It's kind of a trend.
A thread, you mean? Like a
No, a thread. Okay, the thread is the sequence, but a trend, which means people which have depression usually show one or two or three kinds of patterns that you can detect on that with that technique.
I think everybody has their own reasons and their own way of thinking, and
Yes.
there is absolutely. I personally, having worked with over 20,000 patients in my day, or maybe even more, I don't believe you can come to the same result in the exact same way. There's more than
Yes.
one way to get to a result. So one person may get to depression for different reasons, and another for panic attack for different reasons. I mean, it's very individual. So what
Okay.
it is the reason it's actual intelligence. It's because it comes from a biological information. So you would understand that specific person. It's very individualized.
Okay, so the patterns are not generalized.
Well, each human being, whatever culture we are, do have the same type of emotions.
Okay.
And we do have concepts. Like everyone will have fear or filtration of information and so forth. So I wouldn't say it's standardized in
Yes.
per se in that way, but
for each human being, for each individual person, it can be a standard for that person.
Yes,
if
you know
make,
his specific information, just like
Yeah.
we understood it for therapy reasons. So when you had if you do something standard, then you might not be able to unravel it properly.
Okay, yes,
And
of course.
so therefore trauma and things, you don't know which minefield you're stepping on, and you have like conglomerate masses, which is
Yes.
and layers of concepts and belief system within a belief system, illusion within an illusion, and now you can't get out of it. So therefore this is where technology comes in and dissects it in a very clear matter where you can deal with it precisely and correctly.
Okay, but are there a lot of people starting to work with that kind of technology, or are you pioneering and you are all alone with this? How is it?
No, we have collaborations already.
Okay.
We have collaborations with agricultural nanotechnology and agriculture, endless types of medical collaborations. And I can't keep up with the animal collaborations, anywhere from vets to trainers to people who deal with them on a traumatized, dealing with them emotionally, either shelters or there are actual vets who specialize. It is here in Egypt, they specialize especially for animal behavior I'm
Okay.
sure there in other countries also, this specialization in animals. We do have collaborations already. It is being used already.
Okay.
It's a matter of launching to really bring it out now. So
Oh, great. Okay.
so June 8th, it will be officially launched and open for collaboration, and everything will be out there, and it's intended to be open source. So I wish for every student and every person, every professional who wants to use this and merge it with their
Mm-hmm.
artificial intelligence, biotechnology, understanding the cells. Now we don't only have to understand that how cells will create disease. How do the cells behave and create emotional states and psychological factors? So.
That can be very interesting because sometimes the psychological condition presets
Of
the
course,
further diseases some years later.
of
So if
course.
you can address them before, you can increase the quality of life of people.
Sure, but and we're also dealing with genetic memory. So
Of course,
understanding what you carried over is very
yes.
important.
And that it's something that the average exams and the average medicine doesn't deal with a lot.
Well,
So,
there's also, to be fair, there's also not a precision tool till now.
yes,
To
yes,
be able to measure something like that, I mean, that's why it's an incredible precision tool in understanding what comes first, what comes second,
yes.
why, and what it is exactly. And it is mixing quanta with qualia, the sensation with the light. So we must explore light in human behavior and understand that light contains so much information about life and about perhaps even previous life and future life, uh, much like photography, photon and graphy. So photon is
Okay.
light, graphy in Greek means to write. So this image was written in the light. And so by reading your light, you understand the story of your life.
Okay.
There's a lot of information there.
Yes, that's absolutely amazing. And how is going to be the launch that you are doing, that
Okay,
you are going to
so
do in June?
yes, so June, I will launch the website and launch the various industries that will qualify, industries or research projects that can qualify for the initial implementation. And it's overwhelming because there's so many. And the world will begin experiencing what this can do. I mean, imagine that you can scan someone in a coma. Imagine if someone uses this in dream research.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, subconscious is while you're dreaming.
Of course.
At least that's what we know so far. So, you're scanning someone in a dream state and understanding what state of mind they're in, and that it's just it's going to be it's very exciting, and it's the fact that it's already been peer reviewed and it's already going to be part of science. So um, it's it has been proven that it works. Now we need data. We need to understand, like, what about people under anesthetic? What about people who are they really under? Are they suffering but they can't speak? I've had that. I've had an anesthesiologist approach me and ask me that question. Neurosurgeons, neuroscientists. Also, it will confirm people's work who've had successful work but weren't able to scientifically measure it until now. A lot of people working with very successful therapies or very successful technologies, and this just adds to a confirmation of
Okay.
of what they've been doing. And this is the biological AI before the artificial AI. So combining these two together would be phenomenal.
Yeah, because you are going to validate things that were not clearly explained before.
True. And also, AI is doing incredible things in the world right now. So imagine taking correct information on
and
in
bringing
specific
both together.
sciences, and then you know, emerging from there. So
unbelievable possibilities.
exactly.
Great. So maybe I don't. Let me check if I have any questions. No, I don't have questions. So maybe as you are going to follow for the next round table, maybe I can make a short break now. You
Sure.
make a short break and then you start the next round table with Mário Caeiro. And for the moment, I say goodbye to everyone. It was a pleasure to be here. And I'll be watching the rest of the conference. See you. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Here we are for the round table about light and well-being and health. My name is Mário Queiro. I thank you very much to all the team of the seminar. Here we go. We are a bit late already, so I go directly into our topic. We have a wonderful group of experts here with us from a range of areas of science, technology, art, and I think this will be a wonderful transdisciplinary conversation. I must tell you that I am no expert in this subject, but I am fascinated with light in all of its dimensions. Especially, I'm interested in letting the people I live with, I meet, I talk to get to know better what light means. So how we may foster awareness about light. So a few lenses are necessarily to be put in relation here. In particular, scientific and artistic research. And I believe these transdisciplinary dynamics will highlight certain aspects of light, which are, for instance, the psychological and cognitive aspects of such experience. In other words, we're going to speak in an open perspective that deliberately considers light not only as a matter of perception, thus of meaning, but also as a fundamental energy, traversing the all. It will be a nice point of the conversation. What is light in relation to the all? I mean, the totality, if you want, or the cosmic. Comes to my mind the Crosby, Stills and Nash tune, "We Are Stardust." Let's see what you can make out of this. So light, as it hits our eye, conveys a magic like no other. And its role in human development cannot be understated. And we are currently witnessing a very complicated attack to light culture. For instance, when we witness the overwhelming advances of some technologies, in architecture, for instance, LED, in communications, the 5G, it's clear that there is those promoters of those technologies despise the complexity, the richness, the poetry, and to be underlined, even the well-being and the health of human life, which I believe, and I'm certain that most of our guests here also believe, is related to the quality of the experience of light. So a main task at hand is no less than ecology of light, also an ecosophy of light. So basically a philosophy or an ecosophy of light in our everyday. And I mean, of course, natural and artificial light, which bring us to the issues of design, of course, and architecture. Light is a pathway to the human soul. This is a quote by a lighting designer called Florence Lamb. Arguably, the soul can only thrive and grow in a healthy, balanced, dynamic way, and if we set the stage for it to thrive. So we have also here several speakers who will speak about how our own well-being is related to certain specific moments of our life, be it in specific curing an illness or feeling a space, or even understanding new technologies to play with light in all its richness. So this is where architecture and design, technology and art, and also, why not, the social sciences and even the poetics, and I see here poetics as a branch of rhetorics or vice versa. So there is a discursive aspect here too, as long as there is this respect for this fundamental material, if you want, or media, that implies the body as a whole. So in this round table, I gathered people who are, on one side, very much aware of light culture as a multi-layered artistic, cultural, technological, and civilizational challenge. On the other side, they are creative, creating interfaces and situations, artworks, places. So they represent a range of positions that are crucial to redefine the role of light in our everyday. So what's more, this roundtable won't hesitate in touching transversal aspects of light that must be addressed through a certain kind of spiritual intuition. So spirituality religious or secular, we can discuss this, is a crucial aspect of aesthetic experience. And one may certainly say that the great artwork, a good architecture, under certain conditions, even a design work, or even a scientific achievement, are illuminating. So this can only be measured, in my opinion, through a cultural lens. And culture is, that's why I call it light culture. Culture being what frames our own experience of life. So I'm especially interested in hearing the specialists sharing not only what they know, because they know a lot, but also what they imagine, what they are seeing in the future, what they want to tell us about what's happening in horizons, whatever techno-scientific spin-offs are on the road or on the way. On the other hand, I am sure culture is seen by the most as an anachronic dimension. So people don't appreciate culture as too serious. Culture is a thing that is outside our life. You know, it's like a movie or something. And no, I think culture is in the way we produce things. So I think these experts are also exceptional producers of culture, of cultural work. Without further ado, let's listen to our light warriors here. I will do a brief presentation of their positions in this little economy of view. So we have, first of all, Pedro Eck will speak first. For Pedro, light is information, not only visual information, but information for all the senses that gather inputs from the outside environment. And this is dealt with the mind. I think Pedro will talk a lot about the mind. We will have as well Lara Elbas, who, when she was asked to write a love message to light, she said, "Dear light, I love you because you excite my senses. You make me expect the unexpected. You are magic at my fingertips." So we have here, like Pedro, the creativity of light, improving spaces in which we live and work in a very pragmatical way. We have also Jojo Elson, curator and artist, demonstrating in her work that light plays a central role in human experience. We know this, but she adds, there are fundamental things driven on primal levels of light in our evolved biological relationship to light. And then she's particularly engaged with light's role in theorizing landscape and place. So we are kind of here deepening the perspective and broadening the perspective. And Joe, as an artist, will of course add here a fundamental artistic, let's call it, aspect of all this. Catherine Demetriades is the inventor of diagnostic tools in the field of biophysics. I don't have any almost idea what this might be, but she knows also something about light, and she works with energy, and she may explain us a lot about light in the context of quantum physics and its relation to our own body. So I'm very anxious for this talk. And finally, Abby Smith with Victoria Henschel, they will speak about the concrete. I'm very happy for this to happen because what is culture or science or technology without this exchange between the theory, the artistic part, the application of things, and in this case, really the production of a design solution. So as holistic therapists, they will speak to us about Healy, which is a very interesting, a device that uses light, and maybe it's also light. So without further ado, I will hope that I did not say nothing too violent for our guests, and I just quickly pass the floor to dear Pedro Eck Lopes. Welcome. You don't have the mic on, please. Very typical.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation and having me. Hope I can bring some light into the discussion. And I'll jump right to it because I will just follow a bit of your thought process. And you've mentioned three main areas which are paramount when you think of the whole ecosystem that we call light. And I will break it down in three main layers for now. And one is the sensorial aspects and what the mind does with that. And as you know, I am more profound, knowledgeable in this particular area of perception. So I will talk the least about it, and I will venture in what I know not so well. But this sensorial one, of course, it brings us safety, it brings us the warming, the awareness, it helps us to function in so many different ways that we have to be aware of. And some people have forgotten that they can turn their bodies to have a better position to whatever function they are executing. And ultimately, and we live in a year of abundance, to give us comfort, to give us well-being. It takes a critical thought process individually to think about those issues, and it takes a lot of hands-on demonstrations to oneself that they can play along with lights and have so many different ambiances and so many different comfort areas, differences throughout their needs. And unfortunately, that's not really done. Architecturally, lights are planned and they are fixed and period. Now, the second layer would go on to the biological nature of light, which I called radiation, in order to separate the brain, the mind, from a measurement instrument or a laboratory where you can do measurements. Light cannot be measured at the sensorial level. It's BS. So radiation, it can, and it has a biological history behind us that we should carefully look into before going too dramatic into such things as being ordained to live under microchip lighting. Once you were mentioning about all the things about radiation and how artificial light is produced. Now, the third layer, and you talked here about energy, which is, the first was the psychology side of it. And finally, this, with a quote from Florence, that it's a passage way to the soul, which is a spiritual layer of light. And it comes in all the scriptures, dating the eldest, the Hindu philosophy, going through Buddhism and all the way to all the prophets, that religion took as kidnapped from spirituality. And of course, it's always follow the light, and it's the inner light. It's when you close your eyes and you're able to open your eyes inside that you see everything that you can't see through what nature represents to your senses. So it's a third realm of light. And I think it's in all scriptures, it's begin to know thyself. And that's always an inner path. It's never coming from the outside. So those three layers of light, I think, are very, very interesting. And I will yield my time, if that's okay.
Wonderful. Let me just tell our guests that with Pedro, I learned simple things about light, such as whenever possible, before sleeping, frequently I just light a candle so that the last light that my eyes see before going to sleep is a candle and not some bulb. Point number one. Point number two, I have only incandescent light in my house. My kid, who is 4 years old, never saw, these lamps that spare energy, or what it's called.
They don't, by the way.
So the books he reads, my kid, the books he reads with light, the light projected on his books render the colors of the books the best way possible, which is incandescent light, not anything else. Third, I started to play, like Pedro says. I'm no lighting designer, but I discovered that if I put certain lamps inside wooden boxes at home, the quality of the light of the room is more wooden, more warm, and especially not so direct. So this is just to say that thank you very much, Pedro, for not only the general framing of our three interlinked layers, but also the fact that this is what you do is really to make people think. Thank you very much. Lara, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Mario, for inviting me to this round table. I'm very happy to be here. I totally agree with what you just said. My home is also only lit with incandescent lamps. I still believe it's the most beautiful light there is, and there is no LED comparable to it so far, I think. That's my opinion. So I think I'm going to be a little less philosophical than Pedro. I believe that lighting design, architectural lighting design, which is what I do, is not only there to embellish our environment, it's also there to make it healthier, more harmonious, more sustainable, and more enjoyable, all in all. As lighting designers, we need to bring complete solutions to projects. We have normally a multidisciplinary training and quite a global vision. So basically, we dedicate our life to the understanding of light in all its aspects. So not only we understand how light can affect the perception of the physical characteristics of a space, but also to what extent it can modify moods, it can induce feelings and emotions, and it can also influence the human behavior. So as a lighting designer, I believe it's my responsibility to understand the social, the architectural, and the decorative objectives of a project, and to translate them through, let's say, conscious use of light. So that means that my creativity when I work, and my sensitivity, and also my experience and all my technical knowledge is always at the service of the project. And it's to reveal the space in a certain way, and to transmit a coherent final message. Also, I think for me, it's very, very important to think about the users. We design light for people. We should never forget that. We create the right and comfortable environment for each activity, and it will always be different. There are no recipes when you work in lighting design. So we know, and we've known for quite a long time now, that lighting for people should always balance the visual, the emotional, and the biological benefits of lighting. But also it should promote a good vision while it satisfies the emotional and the biological needs of the user. So having said that, I think our job is becoming more and more complex, more and more complicated, because we know more and more about the effects of light on our health. So we are more and more responsible for the well-being of people. And also because lighting has changed, or lighting technology has changed a lot over the last decade. It has become more and more technical. I could even say a little bit less human, but it's it's a bit dangerous also to say that, because I think technologies are amazing and are really, really useful, but sometimes they're a little bit scary. So today, I mean, not only we have to keep up with all these technological advances and innovations and improvements, we also have to fulfill all the trends in sustainability and in energy consumption and energy efficiency. We also have to include what has been called human-centric lighting. I think everybody's heard of that by now, and that describes the connection between lighting, health, and well-being. Unfortunately, I think that human-centric lighting has become also a marketing tool and a commercial tool, especially for the industry. It's a term that has been adopted by the industry, and very often I think it's misunderstood. It's sold as a simple adaptation of the color of light and the amount of light in different situations, and I think it's much more than that. And I personally think that's called common sense. I mean, we need to work with common sense. So I truly believe that we still know very little about the full impact of artificial light on human biology. And I somehow feel it's a little bit dangerous to talk about it so lightly, because we are not doctors, we are not physicians. I remember attending a conference by Dr. Russell Foster a while ago. He's the neuroscientist who discovered the third photoreceptor in the eye. And he was very clear about it. He said that the information that experts have in that sense is still fragmented, it's incomplete, and that they don't have a full picture yet. So final conclusions to guide our work as lighting designers to make responsible human-centric lighting is not yet possible. So that's where I stand. I mean, I always try to talk about light and health in a very responsible and very careful way, because I think we need to be very responsible in that sense. I mean, we know that light affects our well-being, our health, much more than people think and much more than people realize. As we were saying before, it sets our body clock, it regulates our sleep-wake cycle, the circadian rhythm, we call it, our immune responses, our appetite, and lots of other body functions, and also behaviors. And we also know that an out-of-phase circadian rhythm can even be responsible for quite a few diseases. So that's something that has to be taken into account. So as I said before, we know that light has a strong effect on mood, on attention, on alertness, and there are also things that are not run by the circadian cycle that I talked about before, and that are called non-image forming effects of light, which are largely overlooked today.
The what?
The non-image forming effects. So there are all the effects that are not related to this circadian rhythm or cycle that I was talking about before. They depend critically on the intensity of the light we are subject to, the duration, the spectral composition of light. There's quite a few things like that. So does it mean that we as lighting designers need to be trained in a medical degree? I don't think so. I think we just need to be very responsible, and we need to be responsible in different aspects of our profession. I think these are the three main pillars, which are the pillars of sustainability, really. It's the environmental, the social, and the economical sustainability. But I think that maybe it's a subject for another round table, so I think maybe I can leave it there. And, and that's it. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you very much, Lara. I think we moved already into another direction. I mean, you made clear the topic of space.
Yes.
Which is what Pedro does a lot, but he did not mention it, but you just mentioned exactly the aspect of space. And you also gave it a certain name, an operative name for the users, I mean, for the people, which is the users. And I think it's great to move now to also from the perspective of the designer, as you said, who has this sort of responsibility, which is the project responsibility, which is always a sort of, the function, right? we listen now to Joe, because Joe speaks also from another level of light production, which is clearly, at least is where I see Joe, maybe she will tell me if this is true or not, but artistic creation has to be, in a way, also irresponsible. It has to be irrelevant. It has to play. It has to test, experiment. So if we had a society more balanced in the moments of creativity, of pure art, which is related to what Pedro said about the inner individual capacity to be or understand art, which we know from Joseph Beuys, everyone's an artist, you know. We have here really a connection to a specific freedom that maybe Joe has. Tell us, Joe, if you have that freedom or not, or how do you see all this?
Well, thank you, Mario, for the intro there. I'm coming from the perspective of the way light is explored and manifest in the arts. The book Library of Light really explored the relationships between light, material culture, and social experience in a way. I wonder can I share a few slides? If it's too long and boring, just tell me, and I'll stop. Let's just see. Okay, so the book that I mentioned. During the research for this book, I was involved with dialogue with a lot of other practitioners and members of various communities where I was conducting sort of field work. And one of the things I was interested in doing was identifying light vocabularies in an effort to differentiate between the roles, the meanings and functions of light. And of course, there are many vocabularies, as we can see in this discussion today. And I find that really fascinating. So just the slides I've got today, I thought I'd focus on, the ontology of light that I developed really included political light, which is an area that I'm really fascinated by, and explore some maybe more negative uses of light, such as the weaponization of light and such like. So, but that's not for today. If we're thinking about well-being, that's like the reverse psychology there. So I looked at political light, I looked at mediating light, and one aspect that I'll talk about today is the idea of geographic light. So light taking on a key role in theorizing landscape. And I think there are a number of ways of looking at landscape in relation to light. For example, one might be to observe the details of ever-changing light, while another is to consider ways in which light and landscape have been interpreted in relation to cultural, symbolic, and historical associations. This slide here is from a project called Polaria, which involved a month of fieldwork in northeast Greenland back in the early 2000s, in which as artists, we studied and captured 24-hour daylight over the course of a month as it transitioned towards the polar darkness. And this really developed out of an interest in the idea of virtual light and daylight simulation, which I think is also crosses into the fields of architecture and design. And this idea of simulating daylight, its perceptual effects. And really, as artists, we were thinking more about this idea of what does it mean to mediate an experience using the medium of light. So, of course, this idea of the sensorial that can't be measured, of course, we were, that Pedro talked about. I'm very interested because we were trying to do that somehow. I'm not sure that it's completely possible, but what we did was to create this a virtual idea of what we experienced in the field, but using devices that we could measure both the light, so we used a spectroradiometer, and also recording the light's impact on the body using biomonitors. So there was a very different kind of rhythm with the patterns of the sun circling overhead, and then to the end of the month, just this kind of visible red line of light towards the horizon. And so from this recorded data, this artificial simulation virtual daylight chamber was constructed. So here's, and the technology we were using was all powered by solar technology. So again, thinking in the early 2000s about sustainable approaches to light. So yes, when we returned to London, we from the data we created this virtual daylight chamber, and this database, this light in waiting, was called up by the visitor, who was able to interface with the installation, and using their physiology would trigger one of these light states. And for us, this really symbolized an invisible force of electricity through the controlling of this force, challenging the binary of material and immaterial space. So just to go on, really, the impact of light on society and its cultural and symbolic associations, we explored through a project in Brazil, in the Atlantic rainforest, Mata Atlantica. And we came across, through many interviews with the local community there, we came across this experience of the natural light phenomena, luz de campestre, which is translated into English, light of the countryside, or an equivalent which we know as will-o'-the-wisp. And this really highlighted something very geographically specific, which was a shining ball of light that would float above the ground and react to the human presence in different ways. And of course, these unusual sightings of light have led to landscapes being associated with supernatural, spiritual, or metaphorical agencies. And this was something that, we became very interested in. And through the retelling across different generations of these kind of stories. So again, looking at ways to represent this kind of light phenomena, but maybe in a different way. I'm going to skip over this, but just to continue with the sort of fieldwork that I've conducted around geographic light, and another few residencies that took place in Iceland, this one in Eastern Iceland, really engaged with the ecology, the environment, and the local community, trying to identify and express local ways of knowing within the context of the summer light and the winter darkness. And we engaged with members of the community talking about local patterns of behavior, whether it was perceptions, traditions, celebrations, events, and festivals relating to the extremes of light and dark. And, it became very clear that light and the patterns of light and dark have a significant impact on people's lives, and are really responsible for shaping social rhythms and cultural practices. And this vocabulary of light really started to emerge through these conversations. And I think that these interactions really help to build understanding of the local environment, and this sort of categorization of light that might be astronomical twilight or nautical twilight, civil twilight, along with cultural, social, and personal references such as days of darkness, the darkest day, morning light, nostalgic light, all these other kind of references that came up in conversation. These are all stills from films that were made, a series, short films made about light and dark. And really, I'd just say that the emerging vocabulary has really advanced ways of thinking about light and darkness in artist practice, and maybe the societal impact as well. I'll probably finish there, actually, because I've probably run over my time. But I think just to finish off here, that the sort of this final residency that took place on the other coast of Iceland at Ronnie Horn's Library of Water, which is related somehow to me, really thinks about how writers respond to light. And that's what I tried to do there, and found it a very difficult thing to do. Try and put into words the experience of being in the light, and just observing its daily rhythms. And so I think I'll finish there.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. I don't know why, but it all makes a lot of sense now, because we had Lara speaking about space, and now you broadened even the scope to the idea of geography.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you spoke about this, I found it really beautiful, this idea of virtual light. So I see this as, you know, we have here a certain tension between a certain capacity of either art or technology or science to do projects. So there is a research behind it. But in fact, the artistic project is where the research is highly idiosyncratic, I would say, or immanent. Although we saw that Lara also tries to bring some immanence into the project related to the conditions, right? But still, a designed project is always really in trouble, in the sense that it has to deal with conditions and functions that are kind of in place already, while the artistic expression, like we just saw, might be an interface that also has a certain freedom of choice, let's say, to navigate to uncharted territory, if you have the means, of course, because these works you just showed, they need means, of course. So socially, very interesting also the fact that you spoke about this social dimension of life. So I think we're ready to listen to Catherine, right? You are there, yes?
I'm here.
How could you relate in your perspective as a scientist? Because in a way you represent here also the scientific position. Let me just, before you speak, just to tell you something that relates to what Joe said, I believe. I think the main, before entering into science, I think the main narrative of science that prevailed in our collective imaginary was, in fact, and related to light, is Newton. We all agree on that. But people tend to forget that Goethe did write about light beautifully and very interestingly. And I think what, if we experience a certain yellow in a certain afternoon with a certain glass of wine, it's certainly not the same yellow as with somebody else, with the wrong person in the different afternoon. And yet you could measure it as the same. So Goethe, I think the theory of colors is way underrated, even for the scientific purpose. I don't know if you have some opinion about that later too, Catherine.
Everyone here spoke about the magnificence of light, the emotional, the way light strikes us emotionally, whether it's a romantic light or whether it's a shining light that gives us energy, or just the inner light was spoken, paranormal factors, how it interacted with humans and so forth. So and it couldn't be more true that light is the pathway of the soul. I believe the pharaohs were right. So I believe the pharaohs were right. So the ancient knowledge was that the DNA of the universe, every experience in life is recorded somewhere. And that therefore they understood karmic emotions, most likely quantum entanglement, which means that particles can be connected regardless of distance in the universe. And it's very interesting how everything is right. Everything is connected to the human experience and to the human behavior. But let's let's go a bit deeper than even that. Now, white light is a combination of all light. I believe we agree on that. So it is a combination of all light. If you were to put a white light through a prism, you would get the rainbow effect. And you talked about healing. I know of photon therapy that it would rapidly heal scarring after surgery, and medicine is using it for such reasons. So that's very powerful, that photon light, photons can speed up the intelligence of cells and make them heal faster. So let's talk about how they travel, how light travels. So there's red light, blue light, ultraviolet light. Now, red light travels the longest and ultraviolet light travels the shortest, yeah, in frequency. So they're always moving, but it's either a short frequency or a long frequency. And I'm just trying to say it, in a basic way. So, but the combination of all create white light. Now, your DNA consists of shining of white light. And every being on the earth, I don't know about other beings in space. I hope there are, but also shine white light. Now let's ponder upon the fact that they have different frequencies and different lengths. Could it be that when I extract with an infrared sensor the white light, I'm able to measure genetic memory, long-term memory, regardless of time in the universe, and current memory, current consciousness. So in the layers of light, you would have particles of time. So time only exists in motion, but even if you're standing still, your cells are still moving around. Therefore, you will continue to age. And light, it always has a frequency. It is always moving. So when quantum entanglement entails that two particles are connected regardless of time, space. If you now here's where I believe that science really needs to bring back the ancient knowledge of the combination of sciences. Because when you studied life sciences and healing, in fact, or diagnosis of certain dysfunctions, whether in your environment or within you, and this comes from the ancient Egyptians, you had to study all of them. You couldn't just study one science. You can't make a cake with the same ingredients as like all eggs or all flour. You have to combine things to bring this masterpiece that will then give you energy, and it's a full circle of energy at the end of the day. So therefore, the different colors of light represent genetic memory, ancestral memory, current memory, and perhaps the photon, which consists of the white light, which consists of all the colors, could be accessing the ancestral memory and in every single multidimensional self in order for it to heal. If that's an interesting concept, because red light has been used, blue light has been used, and what's true in one dimension is true in all dimensions. So red light will actually translate into the note D in music, for instance. So all vibrations also have vibrations on different dimensions, and everything affects everything. Now, Candice Burgess, was it Candice Bergen? She wrote The Molecules of Emotion, and the experiments were, taking out cells from a war hero, putting them in one lab and then another lab 7 miles down the road. showing him a movie that would disrupt him and bring back the trauma, and see that the molecule and 7 miles down the road. Now, it's not so much the molecule, than it is the particle that goes deeper and it's made of. And therefore you have quantum entanglement of connection, how I can think of you and you can, call me. And this type of telepathy could be explained that way. And we have, you could be connected to all types of particles, all types of light. Light bounces off so many things. I mean, without light, nothing would be revealed, right? We'd be in the dark. So it reveals so many things. The artists who are strategically putting light and creating this ambiance and so forth. So here you are using light to reveal the mysteries of your ancestral behavior, of your now behavior, and possibly my future self is looking at me through memories right now. So.
Thank you. You know what you just said, sorry guys, I don't want to be all the time speaking, but I need to do this job of first trying to relate things. But you just said, Catherine, and we never met before now, you just said what I always sort of had the intuition of since 2003, when I did the first seminar about light with 70 people from all around the world, including lighting laboratories, James Turrell representatives, artists like Daniel Buren, architects, anthropologists, etc. For me, what you just said absolutely makes sense. So I just feel so silly as a human that only now we start to grab the things, and soon enough we are something else. Anyway, just to say that I'm impressed with that idea, because I really always felt that, and I always found that in metaphors too. In the way literature also conveys that is absolutely clear. So, and also, by the way, I did my research as a public art rhetorics researcher. I did my work on the rhetorics of art based on Aristotle.
Oh, okay.
And Aristotle is completely and regularly wrong read, because he wrote things connected, and then they divide his books into things. No, he was speaking about everything. And maybe we leave this for the discussion, but maybe we could talk now. It's a good moment to think a bit about it, about the fifth element, in fact, because for Aristotle, the ether would be a sort of element. And for me, it's so similar to the idea we have of light, at least in the way we are speaking about it. But first, we listen now quickly not quickly, but with all their time due, of course, to Abby and Vicky, because they are applying maybe energies and what really Catherine Demetriades is doing. I don't know, but to really a pragmatical, fantastic device, that I tried.
I don't believe I create. I will say it this way.
Know, yeah.
I've created a new. You could either see it as I've created a new science and a new technology, yeah, or I've discovered an ancient science and ancient technology in a modern dimension.
Yes, and by the way, sorry, in that case, I also add something, which is in my path of very clumsy part of meditation, one thing is certain. Many meditations speak about the role of light, of course, in the process of meditation. And it's also there, this kind of hierarchy of light. And these processes that go up and down, that connect us to some sort of vertical, connecting vibrations. And we know this. So I don't think you are revealing nothing, because reveal means to put another veil. You are more unveiling something that really makes sense.
Yes, something and I'm very happy that this work will confirm a lot of sciences that aren't measurable or quantifiable, and a lot of arts and just, you know, who
Yes.
knows how far it can.
But we don't have nothing against technology or science. What Pedro said at the beginning, what we don't want is that any
Yes.
sort of rationality goes over all sorts of knowledge that we already had. And there's loads of theories about that. So please, Abby or Vicky.
Hello, hi everybody. Really nice to be here with everyone. And thanks for inviting me, Mario, as well. It's really exciting to be here to talk about this amazing device that we're working with, and it ties in with what everyone is saying. And this is a really practical machine, actually, piece of technology that has been created by an amazing German physicist. And I'm a very practical person, so I really love to be able to apply this healing on other people. I'll just introduce myself briefly, and then Vicky can introduce herself as well. Vicky's my partner, who we're working together, building a community of people who want to share this healing quantum technology with others. So Vicky, just pass over to you quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us on the call. It's such an exciting time for so many reasons, you know. Well, when we were asked, we were originally thought that we were going to be talking about vibration and frequency. And I think light completely fits into that pocket. And whether it's sound, music, light, it's like this universal soup that we all coexist in. And I think the representation of that is actually the flower of life. I'm not sure whether you guys are familiar with it, but the flower of life, I believe, is the web that holds us all together. And in that soup of life, we have the vibration of light, sound, healing, all the past lives or an ancestral line, the historical things like Katrine was talking about, and this ancient wisdom, but also it holds the future and everything at the same time. And I think it's an interesting time because we're trying to explain things that are quite mystical and invisible. And I think I spent quite a lot of time with Indigenous elders and talking about Indigenous wisdom. And they often refer to nature and water and light. But I think the biggest thing that the Indigenous people have to teach us is that we are part of nature. There's no hierarchy in nature. We all exist in this soup together, and we've forgotten that our role here is sacred. We are the caretakers of the earth and each other, and we're just one representation of the whole. And whether it's a daffodil, whether it's a butterfly, whether it's a crocodile, you know, all of these things are representations of the expression of God, for lack of a better way of saying it. And I think one of the prophecies that they spoke about in Colombia was the Condor Eagle prophecy, where the South Americas and the North Americas will merge again. And how that's expressed in real life is they've been sharing their medicine. So the sun dances of the Native Americas have gone down to South America, where the sun dances are now happening in all over South America. And also the ayahuasca and the peyote medicines have traveled up to North America. But one of the key things about the Condor Eagle prophecy is one represents science and one represents consciousness. So it's the weaving of consciousness in an academic standing. So we can talk about science and what happens with these experiments and these quantum physics theories is what they prove is the power of our intention is far more powerful than we first believe. And I know we may have jumped the subject of light a little bit, but I think the bigger thing, the bigger scheme of things is vibration and frequency. And light is one expression of that frequency. And we all have inner light, so all our chakras are colours of the rainbow. The light is one, it's the white light expresses all 7 lights within the same spectrum. So it's this merging of many different topics into one thing. And for me, if you're going to strip it back all together and say, what is the one thing? It's that we're the caretakers. We're the caretakers of ourselves, of each other, of the planet. And however, whatever it is that turns up in our path, whether it's a device, whether it's technology, whether it's a 7-year university course. It's all training us to live our life purpose and be better and be more in our intention, to empower ourselves and other people. And we could talk for an hour on the healing, we could talk for an hour on the theology of everything, but really I believe that it's all the unfolding of sharing the inner wisdom that we've found along the way, however that is, whether it's a photograph, whether it's a musician, whether it's a poem, it doesn't matter what the expression is. It's all about what's the wisdom, you know, what's the gold you can teach us. And I think for me, healing is so important because it's another empowerment tool. And I feel the most important thing that we can get from any conversation and every conversation we have is to empower each other and ourselves to live more harmoniously. And even though we are representing a technology, we don't want to get lost in the fact that technology can replace nature. It's about working, coinciding with nature harmoniously. We don't want to, and I completely concur with one of the speakers said earlier, it can be quite scary when we think technology is going to come and take things over. And I kind of feel that we're at a point where we can go two ways. We can go into this dystopian robot world where we're living in kind of a lack of control, or we can completely use technology to our benefit and that allows us to be creative, be co-creative, be communal. We're community. We are beings of, we need to be around other people, you know, and this year has showed us more than ever that that is true. And the opposite of depression is connection. And I feel no matter how we strive for that connection and how we find it, I think that really is the most important thing, is to be coming from a good intentional place and to be trying to use all of these tools for the benefit of everybody around us. And I know we might have gone a little bit off topic, but that's my introduction.
That's really nice. I'm really happy, Vicky, that you explained all that beforehand, just because like where we're coming from is coming from that intention. So what the Healy is, for those that don't know what it is yet, I just want to give a brief introduction. Healy is actually a quantum physics technology that's been invented by a guy called Markus Schmecker in Germany, who created actually a bigger machine called the Time Waver. And this was about 12 years ago. He actually started his journey as a monk. So he spent 12 years as a monk delving into his own consciousness, and he set up an institute for the research of consciousness in Germany. You know, he's super clever. He's got 25 foundation field. He can play like 25 games of chess at the same time. So it's really exciting that what he's created with this quantum physics machine is that we can actually scan our frequency, and it can actually read what frequency we are at, and it can give you the frequencies that you need. So there are two ways that this actually works. So it works body, which connects to your body, like with these straps here. It's like sending microcurrents into the body, and this is working on the cells on a cellular level. So it's actually bringing the frequency up. Now, what that means is, like, you can explain this in many ways, but for example, the higher frequency that we are at, the more alive we are, and it makes sense really. But as we start to drop lower in frequency, you know, we get more susceptible to have a cold, or we get illnesses. And as we go further and further down, we actually start to get closer to death, the lower the frequency. Okay, so it's quite an interesting experiment, and there is a lot of I mean, this tool is actually a medically proven tool to help back pain, chronic pain, insomnia, depression, mental health. There's so many, fibromyalgia. It obviously it can't be proven for all, because, you know, it's a new age technology, so it is quite exciting how you know, it's a little bit basically it's not proven for everything yet, because we're a little bit ahead of our time, but it is something that's just so exciting. And I think that bringing this tool into your life is just one of the best things you can do, and it's completely changed my life as well as Vicky's, and the things that you can do with it. And I mean, we can talk about this all day, but the idea of this machine is actually that it's all about intention, and the intention is what you put behind the machine and how you actually, what you actually put into it is what's going to give you. Now, you maybe don't need a machine for that, but for me, a lot of us are blocked and we need a little bit of help along the way with the tool. And light is, to me, light is this machine, light is the frequency. It's about understanding, educating yourself about frequency, understanding how you can help yourself using frequency. So yeah, that's my little introduction about the machine as well.
Well, I must say you are here, Abby, because I did you did me I don't know how long it took, 1 hour.
Frequency scan.
She did a frequency scan to me, and it was like absurdly coherent. Of course, it went all the So I still don't understand how it works, though. You said that it. And I think we are still curious how it works technologically.
Okay, so as many of you know, quantum physics is a very difficult science to explain. And it's something that, you know, everyone who goes into quantum physics says, oh, I wish I never did go into quantum physics, because it's like, you can't really explain all of it. It's not possible because, as some of you might know, the double slit experiment and a few of the others. I mean, you'll also be able to explain Tesla. You know about Tesla as well, don't you?
So the thing about this technology is it's very old. The theory of it is very old, but it's taken a while for us to have the physical technology that can actually implement these ideas. So Tesla, Einstein, Royal Raymond Rife talked in terms of frequency and vibration then, and they knew that this would be the way of the future. And I think the soup of life that we're in. I mean, I'm a holistic therapist. I've been a holistic therapist for 20 years. And when you deal directly with clients, you very quickly realize that most of our physical ailments are actually created in the energy body. So it's an emotional trauma, a grief, some sort of trauma that sits in the outer energy body that slowly penetrates our physical body and makes us sick. This is to some degree quantum physics, because it's dealing with the other bodies other than the ones that we can feel, the light bodies, if you like. So I think that these many layers, and then you've got your physical body, your emotional body, your mental body, your spiritual body, your etheric body, your astral body, your past lives, your ancestral lives. We keep going until we reach infinitely, you know, we connect to the planets and the stars and the universe. And I think as we come into this age of Aquarius, we did a really brilliant talk on the Healy Hangout about how vibration and frequency is a very Aquarian thing. So the age of Aquarius is about electricity, forward thinking, it's air, so it's like the things are in the air, and it's like the healing is there, but it's not there. You can feel it, but you can't feel it. It's like the money, the crypto and the Bitcoin. Well, it's there, but it's not there. It's in the air. It's real, but it's not real. And this is very Aquarian, of like dealing with things on the web of consciousness.
And in terms of possibility.
Well, like she said earlier, she said, I don't know whether these are old ideas or whether these are new ideas that are. But really, it's the web of consciousness. All of these ideas exist there, and we just kind of pick them up and pull them down. That the ideas don't belong to us. They just come through us, you know. That's the way that I see it. And I think that what these devices allow us to do is interact with this field in a lot more intentional way. So we can, I mean, like if you look at the success of The Secret and the Law of Attraction a couple of years ago, people do want to manifest their own reality. People do want to change their state, but we can kind of get stuck in a rut or a negative cycle. And what these devices, and not only these devices, also yoga and eating clean and detoxes and all the other things, work harmoniously to work on this field. It's this energy body, it's the outer field, it's the invisible. And that's where light lives, and sound, but really it lives in a frequency form, not in, it's almost like our mind can't comprehend the size of it, you know. We can't imagine the size of the universe because we just can't comprehend that. Right. So, but it's such an interesting conversation that weaves into so many other things, and thank you for inviting us. And
I don't know who wants to say now that we go to the next, conversation. Pedro, I don't know.
Well, I can pick up if you wish. I don't know if we need to go to another conversation. In fact, I think that we have been touching so many interesting grounds that deal with perception, biology, and the spiritual realm, and how science is just catching up, or we are, just gaining awareness and consciousness of that. What is reality, right? I would tend to say that it needs a bit more dwelling on the spiritual realm than on the outer sensorial side of it, which, as a lighting designer myself and working in the field of applied lighting for human needs and like human centric, as Lara talked about, and all that, which is more than the industry has marketed, obviously, as always. That it's actually our consciousness, our awareness of what is my reality. And I think that any of us can only really find that through the spiritual experience, right? The inner path, where we actually discover that, after all, we knew so much more than we think we know, right?
Well, in terms of, let me just comment that frequently in terms of artworks or spaces, some spaces open up that portal in ourselves, precisely because the light was well designed or well conceived or well approached, or if you want, respected. So I remember doing things in festivals I organized, and certain artworks made people cry, get emotional, have revelations, etc. And yes, it was some sort of channeling, some sort of wisdom that is in the universe and that we suddenly get aware because it is designed. Of course, when you are lucky and you have the right sunset, you can have that as well. You don't need an artist to have a fantastic, specific sky image. But since we live in an artificial world, because we made it artificial for some reason, we have this wonderful capacity to open up portals in our experience. Yeah.
I agree, absolutely.
This is not going to be a debate because we are all agreeing.
Yeah, I know. I was just commenting, and then the thing is, we don't quite understand it. We are trying to find out what the formula is, because then we can make everybody happy in peace, really. And by the way, I think that the idea of technology, absolutely welcome technology, bring it more. Let's stop the slave work around the world, right? Let's bring the machine learning and all the robotics and AI to do all the silly jobs that people are just busying their minds with, being that we are body, mind, spirit, and not necessarily in that order. So the thing is, people just have their minds busy. And sometimes it's only a reaction, or I would say most of the times it's only a reaction.
And you mentioned
I've got a bit of an abstract principle.
Yes, yes.
My other project, my passion project, is Green Queen magazine, which is a cannabis publication talking about cannabis and hemp. It's a personal project. I've been in the industry in some way, shape or form for a long time. And it was interesting talking about alternative light systems, because if you want to know about alternative light systems, you should speak to the hydroponic guys. They've been trying to imitate natural light for as long as it's been available, the last 30 years. And the main principles are make it as close to nature as possible. And what I believe cannabis is the it's the most light hungry plant there is. When you see a cannabis grow, it literally feels the light, it reaches for the light, it absorbs the light. The hemp fields grow up to 20 foot tall if given the right environment. So they just reach for the light. It's the fastest growing crop. It's the most versatile crop known to man. And I believe that the reason why people are having these healing responses because of cannabis and CBD medicine is because it's the way that we absorb light through nature. And I also believe that it's the Rainbow Warrior Prophecy in action. For those who don't know the Rainbow Warrior Prophecy, it's a Native American prophecy that's been regurgitated by many tribes for hundreds of years. And it says, when the great trees are being cut down in the forest, when the fish are dying in the seas and the birds are falling from the sky, Pachamama will bring together her children of many colours from all over the world, and they will help the world become green again. They will teach them to sing, to live in ceremony, and to be harmonious with nature. And I first heard this prophecy about 10 years ago, and it used to make me cry. And it was like, oh, we've devastated everything. And actually, I realised through plant medicine and personal journey that actually cannabis is the most palatable shamanic master plant known to man. And I think that the plants are doing their work on this planet, and they have been for a while, for a long time, you know, but they've been kept in indigenous communities and they've seeped out. So ayahuasca has become more popular. Iboga, there's people who've been trained in these shamanic master medicines. So the 7 shamanic master plants are ayahuasca, peyote, San Pedro, tobacco, iboga, cannabis, and mushrooms. And these vibrationally shifting plants allow us to negotiate this web of life. So, for example, the word ayahuasca translates either vine of the dead or rope of the soul. You know, it's going into the veil, and in that veil is where the healing and the trauma exists, and it allows it to be healed because the vibrational shift. And the way that I understand it is in the same way as vegetables give you a key to what they're good for by the way they look. For example, a walnut helps your brain and a carrot helps your eyes. If you think about the shamanic master plants, ayahuasca is a vine that's reached the influential people. You know, they've reached movie stars and celebrities and the aristocracy. Iboga is a root, so it deals with root issues. They use it for things like heroin addiction and deep rooted patterns. And cannabis grows like a weed all over the world. And I firmly believe that it will be the gateway drug to all the other shamanic master plants. And I believe that the plants are the hands of the earth, and they're reaching the people they need to reach. And I was talking about frequency and the frequency of cannabis to a musician friend of mine, because I feel that a lot of this metaphor fits a lot more nicely along music rather than light. Because we know what it feels like when music goes off. You know, when you go into a room and it's all off, you're like, oh, this isn't right. Whereas light's a little bit more subtle and we can't really tell whether it's off or not. But music, if it's out of rhythm, we recognize it really quickly. And it's almost like we are a symphony. We're a symphony within our body. We're a symphony as a community. We're a symphony as a global community. We're a symphony alongside nature. And it's this rhythm that I believe is the key to being harmonious with each other, within ourselves and without as well. If we can work out how to be in harmony with all our organs and our systems are working well, we thrive. And then if our community are working well and we can communicate, and these are open channels, it's all about this vibration. And I think that the plants are key to shifting our vibration to be more harmonious with the web. And I feel that cannabis is going to play a key role in the unraveling of humanity and how it's going to move forward. So I just wanted to get that in there.
Okay. Catherine, that makes sense to you as well, or Joe, or Lara?
Some things, yes, but a lot of things, no.
Cool.
I'm also
Finally,
a
we need some
botanic
discussion.
expert, and I've also lived in the jungle, and I'm here to introduce to the world human, animal, and nature consciousness. Every plant, every herb, every flower has an impact on our multidimensional being. Again, the pharaohs were right. So a flower will influence your emotions. A herb has a healing effect, has a mental effect, and has a spiritual effect. Planets are connected to certain herbs. You know, food is connected to certain planets. Like, of course, and understanding this will give you the consciousness you require in order to have a constant reality, going from the macro physics, the macro understanding of physics today, going into the quantum leap and staying there on a permanent level, as opposed to using a mind-altering drug, whether it's a plant or not, in order to understand something temporarily. As well, there's a danger of creating an invisible belief system within that conglomerate mass, because it hasn't been done in a way where you know exactly what you're doing first, what you're doing second, what you know, if you let the mind wander and go wild, anything, you know, the devil's playground. And I've also treated 20,000 patients in my day on a molecular level and so forth. There's a lot of truth in how, you know, plants absorb light and so forth. And I'm not saying that cannabis doesn't have healing effects. It's just that I don't believe that's the future. I believe the future is understanding it on a real quantum level. Quantum meaning a quantifiable. Quantum physics means to quantify. If something is not measurable, it is not understood amongst common reality. So
how do you measure more obscure things like love or pain? Even how would you measure something that's deeply personal?
Well, okay. What CXAI is doing is revealing the exact thought patterns, thought concepts in sequence that you experience love. That what is love to you is not what's love to me or to Joe or to Mary or so forth. It's a very individual concept. You cannot feel something unless there's a thought first. So somebody will say, well, as long as you protect me, for me, that's love. As long as you give me gifts, that's love. It's very
abstract,
and it's very individual. Like what I feel is love might not be your version or anybody's version. So
is that not quantifiable then?
What's quantifiable is the intensity of the radiation that will lead to that concept that is programmed on a cellular level and becomes a belief system.
I also would like just to say that I think that a lot of these things, and what I've noticed in my experiences of my life so far, whether it's right or wrong is another thing, is that a lot of things that I've noticed along the way is that when the mind is involved, when we try to understand everything, that can stop us from actually experiencing it and understanding it. And I've had some experiences where my mind has not been involved and my body has gone through something, and it's been absolutely, I've not been able to explain it with my mind. And I think there are experiences out there that you can't actually measure, that you can't actually work out with your mind. And I think that's what we've all been designed to do. We've all oh, we've got to work that out. Or we've got to analyze that. We've got to figure it out. And I think that I come from a place which is very flowy, and I don't always have, science to back me up actually. But I know from a deep level of intuition that you can't actually measure everything. And even though we would love to analyze all of everything that goes on in this world, I think that there's some things that you just can't analyze, and that it's beyond the mind and it's beyond our thinking patterns. I think our mind is we don't even, you know, we don't use our mind as much as we could do, and as much as they were using maybe in the past, that we've forgotten knowledge. But I really do think that there is levels of truth to all of what we're talking about. It just depends on how much you want to just trust that the universe is going to just actually give us the information we want without actually analyzing it at all, if that makes any sense.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to me. I remember being in a class about mythology or religion and stuff like that, and I remember some teacher, wonderful teacher, explaining me, you can have 2 doors to access the same place, because certain people who have mystical experience, they just have it like that, and some people who go the path of knowledge, which is what I took, and I cannot regret because it's what I took. But it did not. It takes me exactly to the same spot. I could maybe have been there in a direct way, but you know, it's I don't know. We are here speaking also about 2 huge, maybe conflicting narratives, or no the word narrative, or horizons, which is the one which is really like closer to intuition, and even the pure, which is really not the mind. According to a friend of mine who led me into a lot of knowledge about a bit of quantum physics, entanglement, etc., he says something really curious, which is nothing in this earth, nothing, it's a nice metaphor, nothing in this earth is feminine. Because what's feminine is what exactly goes through the earth, something like that. Meaning, everything that goes through the mind is already masculine. So whenever something goes through the mind is already, so I'm here with you, Abby, somehow the mind closes some direct path to something, to some sort of source. Okay? Of course, the romantics, which I studied a lot, and they were important, you know, through Goethe, Schiller, Novalis, the poets. A poet sometimes manages through a poem, which is made with awareness, is made with technique, of course, we all know, I also wrote a couple poems with not thinking at all. They were automatic. They came out like full rock song came to me in one waiting for the bus one. So where did it come from? Come on. But still, what I want to say is that between this intuition of some sort of source, and which is really close to the heart, I don't know, maybe somebody can tell me what is the color of the heart, whatever, but this is one way. And then there is this other way, which is really a more driven by the mind, and which an exercised mind, and I think that's a scientist. A good scientist is somebody, I think Catherine is a good example, a perfect example, is somebody who also makes an effort in dealing with her or his or her own mind, you know, because if we look at things just being the result of rationality, then the holistic perspective is lost. And it's, in my opinion, it's only intuition, a certain intuition that I find in secular spirituality or even religious sometimes. It's only intuition that can tell you that you're having an unhealthy, and I'm here really being an unhealthy relation or unhealthy balance between what you can do with the mind or you can do with intuition. Because in general, the mind will really close, in my opinion, you know, the childish, if you want, the really childish energy that we might have. I want to say, in order to complicate even more our discussion, we are speaking here in a country and in an area, we have a certain tradition of the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit, according to some people, is in fact related to the Aquarius age, because the Holy Spirit is not the age of the Father or some sort of revelation, or of the child, which is more mediation. No, the Holy Spirit is everywhere, and it's up for each person to build their own awareness process. And Catherine does this through a work in science. I do my teaching, Pedro does his work, you know. But the mind the relation, let's say that the relation between the mind and light is, to say, very complex, to say the least. You know, the mind and light is something I see as really problematic.
Would you like me to explain intuition in the way I see it?
Million dollar question, intuition, yes.
Okay. What is genius? What is the word genius in the dictionary? Genius was thought of the deity, or that was brought to you in the moment of birth, that would watch over you. That is what the genius was. Okay. So therefore, when you meditate, you connect to this genius, and you have this guidance, and that's part of your intuition. So when you're not, and remember when I said that you're traveling through your multidimensional selves in that multi-layered spectrum of light, in the moment that your mind is no longer busy and you're in a meditative state, you can access that genius.
Right.
And so this is
Absolutely.
and this is probably why inventors are so isolated, and you know, people who do this intuitive work, or this downloads, as you say, that it comes from divine intervention, is because in silence the heart brain takes over, and now you're connected to your genius.
Pedro.
Well, yeah, I learned not so long ago about this fellow, was a psychologist, that was asked to draw the human being, and he made this drawing. See if I can get it through here, there, right? See it this way, yeah. Okay, the top being the conscious mind, and this being the sensorial antennas, and then the subconscious mind. So here we gather the information, and we use the intellect, the mind, to upload information to the subconscious mind, which is connected to the whole universe. And then down there, it's the body that takes actions in the direction that the subconscious paradigm installed by the conscious program to do. And that is also why geniuses are genius, because that's what they want to do. And they follow that, and they think that, and they love that, and they don't work a day in their lives, and they give it all they can, and they don't care about anything else, really, the top geniuses, right? It's that universal consciousness that is using you as an instrument to perform a contribution to the whole in society, environment, planet, cosmos, universe. You know, the name God kindly got into disuse due to religious, and I would say, efforts. But thank God, spirituality still remains as a source to go to. And funny enough, in the sutras from Hindu yoga philosophy tradition, the word atom specifically even comes written. And they tell you how to get there, if you know what I mean. And fortunately, and I think it's by design, the school system wants to divert you to your busy mind and leave alone your inner self that's connected to everything.
Which is about releasing a lot of ego.
That's the mind.
Joe.
I like what Pedro said about the human being an instrument, because, you know, I think I can't remember, was it Marcel Mauss who said the body is the first instrument? So I think that's great, but we also have to develop vocabularies around that. And I think humans have done that. And I speak from a more creative, artistic perspective, where I'm interested in the structures that have been built to kind of formalize the relationship with light, maybe as a sacred space, or not just sacred space, but in all kinds of ways, and whether that's Stonehenge and kind of aligning us with the solstice, or whether it's a simple sundial, so that we know what the time is, or whether it's Nancy Holt sun tunnels, which kind of bring the desert back to a human scale. I think that mediation of light and the landscape is somehow a way to re-engage us with the natural environment, with the natural world, in all kinds of ways. And of course, I think this idea of measuring, I think light can be measured through a lot of these structures that we've created, whether that's using the body or a technology. I'm suppose I'm interested in all this discussion. I'm listening, and I'm interested in how the quantum kind of connects back to the ancient, because I think the connection from the ancient to modern, and the way that instruments and technology has completely changed the way humans, creatives, visualize and have created visualizations or methods to engage with the world has become quite extraordinary. And I think that's why there's such a range of vocabulary here, because people are coming at it from different viewpoints. So yeah, the structures of engagement are really interesting for me, as well as the human.
And before passing to Lara, what I feel also is that we have talents. These talents usually, some people discover the talents very late, some people very early, but certainly people feel some sort of talent. And then we have also contexts, and the talent unravels in specific contexts. So it's very hard for me always to understand when somebody is right or wrong, since I'm a kid, because I always understood that you come from a place, you come from a context, from a life, from a karma, whatever. And this is what fascinates me. So in the end, I don't know, I just wanted to say this. But Lara, this was maybe to explain how I feel that art is between science and technology, because no technology will be able to capture the intuitive aspects of art, and by the way, science. On the other hand, science may work with intuition, but frequently it is not art. There is a spot where art hits you like a flashlight, and it's that. So it's interesting that this is sort of, I don't know, maybe these are maybe this even fits a bit, overlaps a bit with what Pedro said, the role of art, science, and design in our lives, because for instance, if I want to heal, what I want to say is that I think for healing, it's important the quality of a good artwork. It's not important not only the Healy device, for instance, because at some point it's art that unblocks really the mind. It's art that opens the gates for things to be understood. And then, of course, it's not art that solves you anything, because art is art. This is what I wanted to say. That's why art is represented in this panel, to provoke the worlds of technology and knowledge, and it's something else, but it's we at our deepest. But not everybody. Maybe not everybody is an artist in the end, and maybe not everybody is a scientist.
Well, for me, Mario, to answer,
Yeah.
I'm learning so much from this conversation. To be honest, this is completely out of my field of expertise. It's great because I'm learning a lot. I can only relate when I think of daylight and I think of nature and I think of biophilic architecture, which is something that is more and more around us, and the fact that we want to mimic the daylight into interior spaces, because there's no doubt that the human body is in sync with the day cycle. So we have learned quite a few things from this, and we know that when we simulate a certain type of light in the morning when we wake up, then we will be much better off during the day, and we will have a lot of beneficial effects, and we can even improve the cognitive performance of people. We also know if we are exposed to sufficient daylight and intensity of blue light during the day, we can improve certain moods and certain attitudes and alertness and activity in people. We have also learned a lot about daylight and how mimicking it can actually help health patients and elderly people in homes, and how you know, using good quality light, as you were saying, can actually improve a lot of pathologies and shorten the time that patients are in hospitals, for instance. Also, what you were saying at the beginning about not being or using very warm light just before going to bed to make sure that the production of your melatonin hormones is at the right time, and you're not producing cortisol that will keep you awake at night. So what I find very interesting about all this is what we are learning from nature, and how all these learnings can actually influence our built environment, and the way we as lighting designers, we include artificial lighting, because we work with artificial lighting at the end of the day.
But we have difficult to pass this message. No hospital is, no, I don't know any hospital applying these things.
Oh yes, they are.
Yeah, I know, but you know, but it's always exceptional things. The mainstream narrative, the school where I teach is a disaster. You know, this is the lights I have.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I relate to that. No, but I can tell you, I mean, there are more and more studies, and I must say some manufacturers are also pushing in that direction, and they are developing products that are, as I was saying at the beginning, it's very basic still, and they do not take into account all the emotional aspects that we have been talking about here. But more and more we can talk about light for health environments or hospitals, light for schools and universities, of course, light for office spaces. But we know more and more about this, and I think it's up to us lighting designers to convey this message to our clients and to educate our clients, and to try to convince our clients that this is the way to go, that there is much more in a lighting project than just, you know, efficiency and savings.
Yeah, that's the political light that Joe was speaking of. I mean, your book, the political light, the strategical.
Sorry, what I mean is that we have, and I was talking about this at the beginning, we have that responsibility to educate the people around us. And for instance, lighting designers associations in each country, they have a very big task. They have the task to talk to municipalities, to talk to hospitals, to talk to a lot of agents that up to now have absolutely no idea of the power of light in our built environments. So I don't know what's like in, I think in Portugal it's pretty much the same as in Spain, but I know in England or in the UK, in Germany, in France, lighting design is so much more developed than here. So we still have a huge challenge ahead, and I think that's very exciting because there's a lot of room for improvement. So I think as educators, because I mean most of us are also educators, and we teach in different schools and master courses, we need to we need to convey these messages.
Can I say something that relates to objects in art? And because when I think of art, I think of paintings, I think of sculptures, I think of anything beautiful around us, actually. I mean, even music, even, you know, anything that isn't, I would say
as a particular function.
Yeah.
As a particular function.
Yeah, and I think of the beauty, and I think of all this. I really
The
want to say
well-being.
something. I really want to say something, because this is about to be proven when I launch this. There are two. When someone has a trauma, someone has an influential experience. The trauma is on both on the person and on the object, and the subcategories of that. So if somebody was having an ice cream and he was startled when he was a child by a noise, a dog, whether a fire engine was going by, whether it was traffic, whether he saw a blue car, anything could trigger those subcategories. Now, there's a difference between memory and energy. So if you had an awful experience of being whipped with a belt, and that has energetically been programmed in you, when you go to a store, you have the memory of it when you see belts, but when you see the actual belt, that has energy. So this is why the art of Feng Shui and ancient Egyptians, you know, arrange things in the environment. When somebody has given you something with intent, it will give you this energy. And I would love to do a lot of science papers based on this, because the awareness of objects around us, and how art is important to our well-being, and how we connect to that. And it too has particles. An object has particles, which will entangle with yours, and you are connected to that forever until you untangle from that. So I just thought that would be I had to say that, because I think it's so important that we do a lot more research on animate and inanimate objects, because that's a fact.
Connecting that idea, a few years ago, I did a project with a light artist called Maya Petric. I don't know if you know her. And we did a project on the power and the effect of art and light in hospitals and healing spaces. And we came up with really interesting conclusions that we, unfortunately, I mean, we did present to various hospitals and clinics, but there's always a money problem in this situation, so no one wants to invest. But the connection of art and light for the well-being of people is super powerful.
I think this is a moment, I must tell you, that I was a bit tired of seminars about light, and this one is really touching a lot of areas, and sometimes they overlap. I believe we need to remain experts and working on our specific agendas, but it's wonderful when we manage to find a transdisciplinary platform to exchange a bit what's like we're doing now. And lately I came to my mind that really we need to do something here. Pedro knows this because he met me many years ago. I did the first Biennale of Light with my team in 2004 and 2006 in Portugal. And now it's really a moment. We are trying to do a light circuit here in Caldas da Rainha. So it's called precisely Lux Matrix. I did sort of experiments with this concept already in Estonia, but now it would be Lux Matrix means, you know, the matrix of light, and connects, of course, to the feminine energy, if you want, of creation. So matter and matrix comes from matter, mother, right? While pattern is pater or father. So it's a bit, we in a very intuitive way, we want to address the power of a certain queen who created our city in 1512. just to remind people of the, let's say, all that we're speaking here about. So I'm very hopeful that we might also one day meet again with practical projects like the one you're talking about, Lara. For instance, we have here a very interesting, the first, they say, if not the first, it was the second thermal hospital in the whole world. It's from 1512. No, 1500 something. I don't remember now. 70 something. So it's since the 16th century here. So I wonder if we are here working a bit in these different, let's say, laboratories. A more fundamental one, as I see, even in the point of Vicky and Abby, with whom I have really this intuitive feeling. Oh, I love this idea that you can't just delve into your own mystical capabilities and mystical drives, and then follow serendipitously whatever happens in your life. I did not play music for decades, and now my new band, it was not me giving the name, they are called the Mystic Vibrosical. You see, serendipity plays a huge thing in our life. Light is related to that, I have no doubt about it. But this is just one stage, and we are not all in the same stage of development, of course. For me, I consider myself really retarded towards many of you who are here in this table. So, no, I'm not joking. So what I'm saying is, these different stages of work, meaning the therapeutical or even the educational light design, is a stage which is really different from a scientific approach, which is highly needed to ground ideas, etc., and also highly complementary of artistic practice, pure, and finally from the mystical, mystical approach of these issues. So I see here sort of 4 stages and 4 energies, 4 vectors, if you want, and but God, energy doesn't care about our vectors. It's just we playing here on it here. So yeah.
I think the interesting thing about the Healy is, I'm very new to the Healy in the greater scheme of things. I only discovered it at Christmas, and the more I learn about it, the more I realise there's so much this device can do, including add your own frequencies. For example, colours, vibrations, spaces. It's so versatile, and I think it is the closest thing we can have that I've found to prove scientifically that what is actually happening to the field when we introduce these frequencies, whether it's colours through colour therapy. So you can literally add a colour into the Healy and send that directly to a client, and then you have first-hand experience of how the client feels when that digital homeopathic frequency is sent into their field. You can add herbs and aromatherapy blends, and like, for example, the bark flower remedies, the Australian bush remedies, there's gem elixirs that are already on there, things that are a little bit more obscure, like the I Ching. And these super intelligent German scientists have been working out quantifying these physical objects in a quantum realm, in a vibrational setting. So I think it's a really interesting time to watch this technology unravel. It's so new in the greater scheme of things. I mean, the company's only been around for like 3 or 4 years. It only got released in America last July, and people are using it in such a versatile way, including adding things like songs or frequencies that match a specific color or a specific vibration, whether it's within nature or whether it's something that people feel they need, like synthetic vitamins. Or you can scan the body to say what vitamins do you need the most in this moment, what flower remedy you need the most in this moment. And I think when we're talking about these quite obscure topics, we can get lost in minutiae about what does this mean to you. But actually, if you want to come back to science, this is the closest thing that I've found to actually quantify these things and how they affect the human body in real life.
Or technology, because science in that sense is a bit like art. It's a bit it has a certain hubris. You know, all these areas have their own dark side, the shadow. What always interested me in art is the fact that one day I will not need art. One day we don't need art, we don't need technology, we don't need nothing. We don't need anything.
Well, the
Maybe
way that I see
means of light, maybe.
But the way that I see art is the artists are always the forerunners. They're always on the edge of society, and they're leading the way. If you look at the Renaissance and the kind of famous shifts that happened historically, art was the first thing to represent that. Right the way back to like cave paintings, you know, art precedes the cultural shift. And I think when you look at artists like Alex Gray, Amanda Sage, these visionary artists that are kind of making art around the field, you know, around showing the web of life and the interconnectivity of the retribalization of humanity, you know, and how that is expressed in art. I think we don't need to look any further than these visual artists that are expressing things in a really beautiful way, but also it's almost like there's part of us that knows that. There's part of us that knows that we are connected to that web. And I think the artists are just the people that are at the edge and always pushing the boundaries first. And I think what we're finding in the artists will then be represented through the scientists, through the academics, through mainstream media. And how counterculture comes up is it's like a wave. It's like it drags the counterculture up to the mainstream, and then it goes back under to the counterculture and brings it back up again. And it's this kind of wave of life. And I think the artists are the people to watch if you want to know what's happening in culture.
Talking about the Healy as well, just in terms of going back to quantum energy and quantum physics, it's something that I've been practicing with for a while, experimenting with, and we've had like some amazing results. If you go onto the frequency experience on the Facebook group, there's like 60,000 people in that group who've basically described their personal testimonial. And it is just like incredible to see that this is actually helping people. So you've got like people who are able to get out of wheelchairs now from before, or really like going after 3 days, getting like some kind of results that are never going to get better, and then going back to the doctor 3 days later and it's all better again. Some things are working faster than, you know, some people it works straight away. Some people it takes longer. But it always absolutely fascinates me when I go on that page, because it just gives me a lift to know that there's something out there that can actually help people. And even though it's really, really new, to get your head around it is a little bit tricky. And there is a lot of information out there, in scientific as well, in which you can look up Marcus Schmeeker. I'll pop it in the chat after. About what he's actually created, and what he talks about is the information field. And what is the information field? And the information field is, they call it Akashic records, you know, in the Eastern side, and it's actually it's almost like the blueprint of energy, the blueprint of humanity, and like where we can actually take that information from and actually start scanning that. So you can do distant scans, and it's almost like you've got many Reiki healers out there that are able to do that without any machine. And it's similar, it's almost tapping into that energy field. And it's also, you know, it's important that we do go within. Like, I'm coming from like a meditation background. So this idea that we can find actually everything we want within us. All these tools are just a way to get there. And I think that the meditation aspect of it, and also this technology, is where we can actually go with it, is really exciting. And I think that it's actually worth experimenting with. It's almost like, you know, when you do that call, you know, when you think about somebody and then that person calls you and you haven't spoken to them for like 3 months, and they just call you out of the blue and you've just been thinking about them, that moment, that is like that is the information field. That is like that's the synchronicity. That's that place where it's like, why has that happened? And if you delve into that area, that is for me what quantum physics is, and that is what you can do with the Healy. And we've had some really exciting results from it as well. And this frequency thing, you know, like you can feel it, and from even the people in this room, you know, like you can in this round table, you can feel the frequency of each other, and it's all about tapping into that side of things to be able to to understand what we're all talking about here. And actually, we are all talking about the same thing. That's what I think. And it's very difficult to debate something that is when we're talking about the same thing. It's just that we've got different perspectives on it. And I think that that's what I feel just drawn to share that with you all, because at the end of the day, my passion is about doing something good for the world. And I think that that should be the main passion of most people, actually. I think that's what we need to come back to, our heart space. We need to come back to our heart. We need to get out of our heads into the body, into the physical, and actually use this machine to do good for the world and bring the frequency of the people on the planet up. All the negativity needs to go. We need to be positive. And even though we do have that shadow side, which is really important, to look into, you know, to release the trauma, it is important that we all try to bring each other up and actually support each other in whatever we're doing, whether it's science, whether it's, you know, plant medicine, or whether it's anything. I think that what we really need to be doing right now is actually like supporting and motivating each other. And that's where I come from what I'm giving to the universe and to what I'm bringing to life and what I believe in, and in a general way, and which is light, actually, and positivity is light. Light is positivity. Let's bring the frequency up. Joy is one of the highest frequencies that you can get. And if you bring joy into your life, it can actually have a ripple effect, and it can affect 1 million people. I watched a talk about that, and I'll pop it in the chat after. It's really, really interesting about, if, you know, especially during this pandemic as well, they've taken all the joy away from us. You know, like they've taken us away from meeting up with each other and laughing and talking and dancing. And you know what, like that's going to bring our frequency down even more. What we need to do right now is we need to bring our frequency up. And this is how we're going to survive. And this is how we're going to make a change in the world. You know, and we can try to measure it with science if we want, you know. And I think art can bring you there as well. Like art can bring your joy up, can tap into something. So let's just like look at it on that perspective, you know, like let's experiment with each other. Let's actually co-create. Let's not debate, you know. That's how I see it.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Lovely. I think co-create is definitely a word of the, I would say this is the word of the 2020, co-creation. It came to me in my mind, friends, works, topics. It's spreading like a fire. It's interesting. Now I just commenting here with Vicky that we are conversing here between light and matter, which is a bit that if you take a non-dualistic perspective, it's easier to work with. But since all religion, I mean, many religions say what is immaterial and material. What we're trying here to do is that somehow everything is immaterial and everything is material. But I don't know nothing about it, just my intuition. It's all just the flow.
If I may, I believe that if we understand light more and more, whether it's a scientific level, whether it's an energy level, we can work with it and co-create more. And I'm happy to bring the scientific understanding of light to the world, to other sciences, and to what spiritual people have felt and known and experienced all this time, but didn't, you know, it's just justifying what they've experienced or known, inner knowingness. And that's a phenomenal thing. We must research more on light so that we can co-create, because there's so many spectrums of light. Like I said, the arts. Okay, so red translates to D. Now we're going from a color to a note. So we're going from a different type of art to music, you know. So it's and everything has vibration. I'm an autistic savant, fully functional most of the time. And I remember when I was learning to write with both hands, and I'm ambidextrous. And there was some point where I was learning, you know, the alphabet, like, I was doing my capital A, small a, B, capital B, small b, and so forth, so that I can learn to write properly. And I was listening to the keystrokes, which was crazy. It was like, I was like, whoa, I'm hearing the vibration of the of the letters. So imagine this beautiful painting and the vibration and the symphony that it has. You know, it's incredible. And I know of inventors who've connected the vibration of your heart to musical instruments. And now you can see you can hear the symphony of your heart. So, I mean, without knowing it, we walk into a room. I would love to have, you know, to give the world the consciousness of, along with artists and, like you say, co-create with others. You walk in there and there's a silent and invisible symphony. There's a silent and invisible emotional reaction. There's a story. There's a genetic story. Yeah. There is a things happening to you at the same time.
Yeah, and in design we call it atmosphere. Or something.
There you go.
Yeah. And by the way, in the recent history of urbanism and architecture, or in the recent critical theory, you are speaking about basically the world as an atmosphere. This is Peter Sloterdijk, and these atmospheres have bubbles, and we are starting to create or to co-create. That would be the best, of course. And for that, we need, like Joe said, I mean, the brilliant idea of this geographical light can be really helpful to create places, not just spaces, but places. Paradoxically, probably the more individual, the more place-specific we are, probably the more universal we will be. We get in touch with the universals through the most specific. But I wanted to hear Pedro. I asked him to provoke us because this talk was getting a bit not boring, but I don't know, but in the same way. But Pedro, I asked him to provoke us a bit.
I just wanted to ask you all something. When we talk about co-creation, like I'm very interested in urban lighting, how to illuminate our cities, what's the purpose of the illumination of our cities, etc. So I find it very interesting to actually involve the people who are going to be living in that city and see how they want to live the city, how they want to experience their streets, their monuments, their buildings, their environment. What do you think about that kind of co-creation? Do you think this is useful?
I give you an example, okay? Give me a second. I think this is a good example of co-creation. Let me just show you. Oh. This is 4,000 people. 4,000 people holding hands with a t-shirt saying, on the 1st of October 2001, we are giving our hands for nothing. And 4,000 people of 3 different schools from very diverse socioeconomic backgrounds. Rich school, middle-class school, and very poor school. What I mean is that co-creation is always about letting go of your own, I don't know, there's a point that you have to share. And I think this is what I did for all these 20 years lately, because sometimes with more overtly rhetorically, sometimes less clearly, but co-creation I see as, of course, as participation and community work, which is based on transdisciplinary co-awareness, you know. But I think ultimately when we co-create, we just create in the end, because if you co-create, you just get to the source, some sort of source. So in the end, it's really about, again, like Catherine was saying, about unveiling something rather than revealing. And for instance, when Jo was there in the mountains doing her work, this was basically, for me, co-creation, not only physically between a group of people, but co-creation with the universe, because she was studying something that was there, just waiting to be, let's say, unblocked from our awareness. Yeah. The paradox in this round table, for me, the paradox is that we live in a world that, and also the way this is a sort of, you know, the metaphor of the Ouroboros, right? We are trying now to connect the dots of the highly mystical and the highly intuitional with the highly scientific and the highly technological. It will happen sooner or later, at least in one of the possible futures. And it makes sense. But in practical terms, the apparatus of each knowledge system, historical problems, psychological and psychopathologies in our way of thinking will not be helpful here. But we are doing our effort, I think. So I don't know if I responded to what I think about co-creation. It's really the moment where you can really go to some point because you discover the thing. Yeah.
Well, I will start. I will start by the end, and in the end, there's union, right? If you keep focused on any object of your choice for enough time, in the end, you will feel the union with whatever it is. Right? So that is the link between everything that we've been talking in one way. Either science has unveiled or not, or not dependent of, I would say, it's the experience, right? The knowing comes from the experience, and creation comes from the need to give, to contribute.
Wonderful.
Give to receive, right? And culture has been on your introduction. And of course, we are a product of culture as we are an influencer. So consciousness goes in waves of evolution. And of course, we are not all at the same stage. And therefore, some of us get connections different than others. But the essence of it is there is a scientific way, and it should be used and abused by society, probably through the education system at the very ground level. And unfortunately, it's not. It's still the industrial model that is preparing people to take care of paperwork and handle the machinery and all that. And that will go away, I think, happily, hopefully, through a awareness leap, so that we don't witness starvation and all the issues that are completely nonsense in the God-given earth that we have to, yield for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Philosopher. I loved it. May I say that now it's a good moment for us to maybe wrap up. Each person has their own minutes to maybe wrap up a personal perspective. We did not speak too much, or unfortunately, about the pineal gland. Maybe Catherine wants to speak about what she's writing here in the messages. Kundalini, pineal gland. That would be lovely, because we are talking about healing, and I don't believe that there is healing without really this alignment. And
it does have a physical, scientific, like a medical understanding. and it has the spiritual side as well.
Yeah, so I would ask everybody to make a final statement of you know, a couple minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, just to finish a bit in a more maybe non-conversational way again, just to wrap up their own perspective of what we just did here, and some messages for everybody and for our public. Is this okay? Maybe we start with whom?
I can continue the pineal gland and,
okay. And
finish off.
Yeah, good. And then we do the opposite. We finish with Pedro again, something like that. We do the opposite.
Yeah. I'm sure he might even add to it.
Whatever.
So I do come from a mystical background. I'm a studied mystic. I'm an alchemist. And when I say alchemist, I mean I read hieroglyphs as an Egyptologist, and I did go back and understand their formulas or potions or alchemy that altered their karmic emotions, which was their perfumes. So and it's amazing how here the eye of Horus is shaped exactly like the pineal gland. If you were to cut the head in half, you would see the eye of Horus. It's exactly how it would be. Yes. So that's they just knew all this stuff for forever. They knew that the pineal gland had photoreceptors, so that's interesting, and it's lined on the inside with the tissue called pinealocytes. So these pinealocytes are similar to the rods and cones of your eye. Thus, you actually do have a physical third eye. So it also has the same wiring as your physical eyes, due to the visual cortex of your brain. So how the ancients knew about such incredible information about the brain is beyond comprehension. That said, thinking about what that means, you have little crystals that can vibrate and release all colors of the rainbow. And when people have an out-of-body experience, they claim that they see a silver cord. There's a cord linking to their astral body, to their physical body. It's our access to higher dimensions, giving us access to the energetic layers of our matrix, keeping the pineal gland intact physically and mentally is mandatory to our existence. It actually controls our entire psychoneuroimmunology. And so to explore the incredible masterpiece of inner light and outer light is what I believe we should focus on. And every mystery is written in the light.
Thank you very much. Abby, Vicky.
Hi, do you want to go first, Ab?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much more to say other than because I had a bit of a speech earlier. Yeah, like Tesla said, if we want to understand the universe, think in terms of frequency, energy, and vibration. And that's how I want to end it, really. Like, at the end of the day, we're all in this physical form, but actually, if we can just try to understand frequency and energy a little bit better, it all interlinks with everything. And I think that if we can start to educate ourselves on that, and actually experience it, and not just know it in our minds, but actually experience what frequency can do to us, this can bring us closer to light and closer to where we want to be in life. And yeah, that's my final speech. Thank you so much for letting us be here with you all.
Thank you.
Vicky.
Yeah. And I think Abby summed it up so beautifully earlier, yeah, with let's not debate, let's co-create. Yeah, interesting times. And I think for me, what the Healy does is it's part of the weaving of the bigger story, giving people hope and empowerment again, and taking control over their own health, their own body. And I feel the future is unraveling perfectly. And I feel that vibrational healing devices, cannabis and cryptocurrency are going to be key to the new way that we do things. And I think it completely links with the vibration and the light story. And even though it's a scary time, I'm really hopeful of the future, and I think humanity will thrive in its awkward environment. You know, the lotus that comes out of the muddiest, dirtiest waters as the most beautiful flower. You know, I think we'll thrive in this time. So thank you for inviting us. And if anybody wants to know more, we're on Healy Avalon on our Facebook group. And me and Abby are doing regular webinars talking about different tips and tricks, general health, as well as not just Healy talk. So if anybody wants to come and check out some of our webinars, it's Healy Avalon on Facebook. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Joe?
Oh, thank you. I don't know, from an artistic perspective, I'd just say maybe that working with light really attracts what I would term new seekers. And I would determine that as people looking for personal transformation. So I would argue perhaps that the challenge for an artist at least is to think about working with light both aesthetically as well as ethically. I think there are many artists who have done this, and they're probably quite familiar to you, but I would say look at something like Liquid Crystal Environment by Gustav Metzger, who's worked scientifically with technology, but actually that installation was always intended to be a well-being environment, even though you wouldn't necessarily think of it that way. And even James Turrell's Sky Spaces that work with natural light and a small amount of artificial light start to think about how those two worlds, inside and outside, can come together. So yeah, I'm interested in ethics and aesthetics, working with light, and it's been very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to see you again. Lara.
Okay, well, as I said before, for me it's been super interesting to see all these completely different aspects of light than the ones I'm normally used to work with. There's much more to architecture lighting than the objective aspects that are measurable, watts, luxes, color temperature, things like that. There's a whole world of subjective aspects that need to be taken into account. It's great because I'm gonna have a lot of work now, researching all what we've been talking about here, and you know, using it to make spaces even more harmonious and healthy and sustainable, and yeah, it's great. Thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you. Mr. Peter.
Yes, here I am. Oh, first of all, it was wonderful to meet you all and to listen to all of you. Very interesting, to say the least. I'm very happy and grateful for that. Thank you, Mari, for providing it for us, and hope that everybody else enjoyed as much as I did, in fact. Crisscrossing some ideas that were remaining here. One was your mention to Goethe and the theory of colors. And, you know, Newton and Goethe lived more or less at the same time, while they were contemporaries. And funny enough, they were in a kind of a quarrel, but I believe they were complementary to each other. It's just a matter of point of view, often, the way you look at things. And when one saw a white dot on the black sky, the other one might have seen a shining sky against or the opposite, right? And that comes about with the idea of the sensorial aspects of light, that Goethe and the theory of colors, it's a must-read shelf book for everybody, put their hands on, because it's full of experiences. And if the kids in school would perform half of the experiences, they would all come out great lighting designers to start with. So that would be wonderful to see. The other thing about the art in the environment, and like is talked about the art, it's again complementary, and everything that gives you well-being is healing, because it's through your mind that you heal, right? It's positive thinking, it's being in pleasure and peace and comfortable spaces. You know, you don't want to be irritated all the time without knowing why, but you know when you are in a comfortable place. So go to and mix that into the mixer, and it's a rule of thumb for lighting is use dimmers. Just use dimmers. If you're able to have a lot of light at the sundown moment, you need a lot of light. As light kicks in, you need less and less and less and less light. And what happens is that people turn on the lights when the sun sets, and then they never touch it again until they go to bed, or the restaurant business and all that. Yeah, otherwise the previous comment I did, I think, wrapped up everything else, hopefully.
And I want to tell you, now I reminded myself again that once, I think it was because of you, frequently I start my classes here in school, when we enter with the students, so we finish exactly like we started, interesting. Frequently I enter the room and there is these kind of lights, right? Normal, but since they are in rows, and some of the rows are closer to the window and some to the door, right? So what I do is I do democratic participatory. Lara, this one is for you. I do participatory decision, because I say, hey guys, are we going to put the light on simply? Let's do some tests. So I do usually, I put on the light near the window to reinforce the natural light and create a more fluid thing. And then I contrast with the light equalizing. So it's a decision we take. It's completely two atmospheres in the classroom, just because we decide either to reinforce the light, the natural light, and make it fluid. And then I also say, and now that we change the light, now you can sit wherever you prefer. Some people want to be more near the, so this is not this kind of switching in or switching off the thing. So thank you very much. I think we did it really on time. It was a pleasure to meet you, the people who I did not meet before. I will pray for you to come and join me here in Caldas da Rainha one of these days, because we're doing interesting projects here. I hope we meet in person one of these days, here or somewhere else. And thank you very much. What can I say? This was way beyond. I mean, I knew what we are going to do. I knew it, but again, it was only a possible future. Now I know what I knew before. Tell me, Catherine, you saying something?
I'll come as long as I get some pastéis camarões and pastéis bacalhau.
Okay,
one of my favorite snacks.
You've got it, baby.
It's amazing.
Light pastéis.
Okay?
Thank you very much. I pass now the word to Inês Rodolfo. I hope she's listening. I don't know what to do now if we just close the meeting. Something like that. So thank you deep from my heart, okay? And somebody tells me later what is the color of the heart, okay?
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you very much.
Green.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Ciao. Thank you.
everyone. My name is Inês Rodolfo, and I have the privilege of being the mentor of this symposium, Man-Machine Wellbeing. So just to wrap up the day, it has been a long day, and beforehand also as well a long semester with the students. MW, I'd like to say that MW initially emerged to promote the master course in design for health and well-being, and is now open to all the courses of the school that wish to address research in emerging technology fields that combines art, science, and technology. So we are looking on human-machine interfaces, also brain-computer interfaces, and HCI as well. I hope that you have enjoyed, as I did, the topic of this year named HANAH, Human and Nature and Healing. We had amazing speakers, and to give like a glimpse of what was the whole day, we began with the MW talks that first addressed psychological effects from the pandemic, then the importance of physical activity by Professor Roberta. Afterwards, we had Professor Abid from Emory University, who gave us an important outcomes data regarding the consumption of drug abuse, mostly in young people, and how we can understand that we need to find strategies to deal with emotional pain without having to go to opioids overuse. And then we had Niels Voltiers from Melbourne University, who is also a researcher, head of research in Science Gallery of Melbourne, who gave us, who showed us an amazing work of digital bricks that is currently the highest resolution display in the world, and show us how we humans are being reconnected again with the public space, and what is the best way for us to be reconnected in a positive and healthy way with the space, giving respect to our culture. Niels explained very well the indigenous culture and the storytelling of the Tassade that he presented in a way to give respect to the history of humanity, in this case of the Australian people. Then we followed, we had José Colucci from Dal Medical School, who explained, clarified about what is the human-centered design and what is designing for health and well-being. Also, he explained that as designers, we are trying to more and more use the words brain health and not mental health in a way, so we can start dealing with brain issues or mental health issues in a positive way, like not excluding and being more inclusive. After José, we also had Nicola, in a way that we can see how academia can then have a place in the market, in industry, and how the transition process occurs. So, and he also gave us a very nice perspective about the city of Caldas da Rainha, where the ESAD school is settled. Finally, we had the round table. So, but before that, I want to and the round table, yeah, I was acknowledging the mentors of the symposium first. So I will thank Ana Sacramento for moderating MW Talks. She was amazing as always. So thank you, Ana, so much for your contribution to this symposium. That went really smoothly and easygoing. And also to Professor Mário Cairo, who moderated or curated the roundtable discussion. And the wrap up of the roundtable, I would say that was really interesting to see how lighting design can be related with physics, and how people are relating quantum physics and the quantify itself, like how humans have DNA data that can be worked upon, and there are much more data that we are unaware of its purpose, and that discovery is really interesting. So I would say that the MW Roundtable showed us a discussion very interesting around light as a healing process, and about, again, our ancestors' history that can contribute to what we are today. Finally, I will now present my acknowledgements to all the support given by ESAD, the Superior School of Arts and Design, namely to Sergio Dantas and Andrea Sil, to the technical staff, and of course to the students. Students are amazing, and the energy of working in ESAD is really outstanding, because students have such a positive energy when they are motivated with what they're doing. So many thanks to my students and to who helped organizing all the symposium, multimedia design project from the graphic course, graphic and multimedia design course, and also for the collaboration of master students from Design for Health and Wellbeing. It was an amazing symposium, also with a physical exhibition that was in the main hall of Fine Arts at ESAD during 1 week, and showed interesting work of students, scientific posters from the master course in Design for Health, and also as well the briefing of multimedia students called What Media Helps, What Media Hurts. Now I will leave you with the closing session work of a student called Francisco Martins Pereira. And I wish you a very good week, and see you next time. And don't forget to stay in the light always, and stay in the simulation. Bye. Have a nice day. See you next time.